has just been around domestic violence in relationships and marriages, and people are also sharing their own stories of how they left or what they did to leave their marriage, due to domestic violence. As we all know, Nkechi Blessing, of course, who is currently going through a relationship stage at the moment, just she shared the live video like 30 minutes ago, talking about the same issue, and also advising men and women who are in abusive relationship, to leave when they can. Run when you still have your legs. Run when you have your legs. But right now, it's actually it's quite sad that we lost a shining light. We lost a star, not just in the music industry, but also the gospel music industry too. Is they are really mourning, and this is not really a great time for them. So if you want to join this space, sending your request so that we can have this discussion: domestic violence in Christian relationships. When is it the right time to leave? What do you, I mean, the people, of course, people would say, oh, I don't want to leave my marriage because of what people would say. I don't want to do this because of what people would say. At the end of the day, people will talk, but would they follow you? Would they, if anything happens to you, would they come to your rescue? Would they come to you to help you at the end of the day? So let's have this discussion, talking about domestic violence in Christian relationships. I see you, Queen. Please go on, and you have the mic to speak. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I am very, very sad about this situation, and I'm not happy at all. I'm not happy at all. So, this is something that is very, very rampant these days. Very, very rampant, especially in the Christian faith. Most women, they feel that if I leave, what is the church going to say? What are my friends going to say? I will be seen as a prostitute. I will be seen as a divorcee. I will be stigmatized and all that. But we have failed to realize that marriage is an institution, is a covenant that, and once there is a covenant, if the second party breaks the covenant, then you are free. For your husband to be beating you and abusing you up to the point of death, and you are still entangled to that man, then you don't love yourself, sorry to say. Because the Bible says that love your neighbor as yourself. The problem we have is that Christians don't really read their Bible and understand it. They don't use scriptures to compare scriptures. They will just read one aspect of the scripture, and they will heed by it, they will stand by it, and they will use it to manipulate themselves and also manipulate others. You have to be free. Your mind has to be free. Do what pleases you and God, not what pleases other people, provided you are not you are not abusing other people, provided you are not causing harm to another person, then you should do the best for you. Now that maybe she is there because of the church, she remained in the marriage because of the church, she remained in the marriage because of her kids, but right now she is gone. May her soul rest in peace. But what is the way forward? Are other women going to learn from this? That is the biggest question we need to ask ourselves. Are we going to learn? Are we ready to learn from people's mistakes? But at the end of the day, once you are in a particular situation, you seem to forget about lessons that you've learned in the past about that situation. All you are just thinking about is, oh God, if I leave, what are people going to say? And all that. Please, women, I'm begging. I am begging. Forget about what people are going to say to you. Forget about what your family is going to say to you. Forget about what the church is going to say to you. As far you know that the reason why you are leaving is cogent, then you have to. If the worst come to worst, go to your pastor. Some of the things is that I can see some people, they are blaming the church, they are blaming the pastors and all that. But it is obvious that, or I don't know, the church might not even be aware of what happened or what was happening to her. And the church cannot be acting based on insinuations. from what they hear. They call it gossip. Not at times the church can even be aware, and they will call her. Oh, what? This is what I heard about your husband and all that. She will cover up. Most people they do that. Most women they do that. They cover up for the mistakes of their husbands, even their own children. They cover up for them, and this is what is leading to the moral decay in the family. The problem we have in the society today is from the society, is from the family. That is the problem. So please, I don't want to speak much more on this because I'm really, really devastated. I'm sad because another woman is gone, and there are so many other women. I see some along my street and all that. But you can't. Sometimes when you even tell them that you need to leave, they will tell you that either you are jealous of them, you are married and you want me to leave my own marriage, or you maybe if you are divorced, they will say because you are divorced, you want me to be a divorcee like you and all that. Sometimes we don't just want to talk anymore. We just allow them to learn. But at the end of the day, they learn. They are already in their graves. Please, women, I beg, let us learn from this particular incident because it is a very painful one. And it's in fact, the pain is going to last for a very, very long time. Anywhere I hear that music Ekwueme, I feel like raising up my hands to worship God. The pain is going to last for long. Please, let us learn from this. At least for us to make sure that this woman's death is vindicated, let us learn from our mistakes and do the best for ourselves and for our families. Thank you very much.
Wow. Thank you so much, Queen, for your
You're
contribution.
welcome.
But it's a very sad one. And you said something that women should learn from this. Women should learn from this. And you also mentioned something about pastors, pastors coming into the situation or talking about it, or even pastors knowing about it and also trying to, be of
Yeah.
help. But at the end of the day, no stories of people, either men or women, who would say, "I went to see my pastor, but this is what my pastor
Yeah.
said." So sometimes, so I think I really do not know what to think because nobody, I don't know, I really do not know what to think honestly. But my question right now is, what is the church doing?
Okay.
What is the church? Because this woman is gone. This woman is gone, and right now, I mean, a lot of people who knew what was going on they would now they'll be imagining that, oh, they wish she had walked out, they wish she had moved on, but now this cannot be reversed. We can't undo what has happened. We just pray that God should accept our soul, and we pray that we pray that our soul will rest in peace. But what is the church doing? That is my question. What is the church
Okay.
doing? Ayowa,
Situation
Ayowa,
or
okay.
generally? Is it
Sorry.
about this particular situation or generally? As in,
About this particular situation in terms of domestic violence, because a lot of members, would go through it, and a lot of pastors will keep advising, might even be giving them the wrong
yeah.
advice. That's what I'm giving the wrong advice, which is why my I don't know. My response to this is not straightforward because we don't know which pastor, we don't know which therapist is actually helping. We don't know what the church is saying. We don't know where the church stands. You said something earlier. Mentioned that we Christians don't read their Bibles. They don't read their Bibles. They don't even know what marriage is all about. They don't even know what the meaning of marriage is. Some people maybe some people right now that are listening grew up maybe seeing their parents go through all of that and feel that, okay, maybe they can endure. But right now we are in a different phase. We are in a different generation where some things cannot even be handled or cannot be endured. Sorry, some things cannot be endured. If you can't endure anymore, please leave.
Yes.
But in the Christian,
Okay.
in the Christendom, they won't. That's what I'm saying. In the Christendom, it says that divorce is not an option. Divorce is not an option. Divorce is not an option. But must anybody lose their lives before they understand that things you can actually walk out from certain situations?
Okay.
Well, I
Yes,
think,
sir.
until we start seeing domestic violence as assault, until we start looking at it from the assault standpoint, I don't think anything can be done. I will not blame the church. I won't blame any until we start seeing it as individuals, proper education, seeing domestic violence from the assault standpoint. That if somebody hits me, I can take you to court. I can arrest you. I can charge the case to court because you hit me. Then I think things will start really, really changing. But always okay, the term domestic violence, it shouldn't be that. They should give us this. We should get proper education on what this is. Assault is an assault. You hit me, you have assaulted me. Then I should take it up with you. I think that's where we should start from instead of just looking. I really don't want to take things to the church because I think they cover a lot of stuff up, and it's not just nice. How can you beat somebody to death? How can you do that?
So, like what the last speaker just said, that it is an individual thing. That is it. If you look at it, salvation is a personal thing. People just say, church, I'm going to church. Right now, people go to church, they're not going to learn, they are not going to listen. And apart from that, even the church is also in another level. There's no Bible study, they don't study the Bible, they don't teach the Bible anymore. You go to church and all you hear is dancing. You just go dance, they don't even worship no more. They just dance, and the pastor comes and starts rebuking the devil or starts administering what's it called, anointing or financial gains and all that. And at the end of the day, the grace is shared and everybody goes back home. No time to look at the Bible, no time to really learn from the Bible. Salvation is a personal thing. We have to, as individuals, read the Bible and learn and know what it is, what we want, what the Bible wants us to become, not what our pastors want us to become, not what our leaders want us to become. There's this saying, or is it a proverb or something, that do what I say and don't do what I do. That is what I see mostly in churches these days. The pastor comes to say something and their life does not reflect what they are saying. Right now, it doesn't even mean anything to them anymore. They live their lives and they just leave it without even, by the time anything comes out of maybe bloggers begin to say some things, before you know it, everything, even the church member will say end time, demons are after the church and the pastors are humans and all that. Okay, we agree the pastors are humans, and that is the reason why we should pursue our own salvation. Do things for ourselves, learn and read the Bible and do what the Bible wants of us, not what the church wants us to do. You go for counseling. I remember when I was growing up, my pastor used to say that it is not everything you want and you run to me, Bishop Simeon Oka. You want prayer, your child is dying, and the next thing you think of is to start calling the pastor or running with the child to the church to seek for prayers from the pastor. Pray on your own. Pray. God can answer you. A child of God. Pray on your own. And if God wants your child to be healed, your child will be healed. But these days, pastors have manipulated their members to the point that the members don't have their own minds. They don't have a mind of their own. Whatever they want to do, they must seek the opinion of the pastor. They want to buy car, they will ask pastor, which kind of car do you want me to buy? They want to marry, they will ask. Actually, this issue of marriage, there are some churches that you must marry from the church, from the local church. If you go and bring a wife from another church, you will go through rigorous process before that wedding can be approved. It is not done. And the problem, the way this problem can be solved, is for individuals to have that self-consciousness to do what is good and pleasant to them and to God. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Queen, for your contribution. All right, so Ade Chef, you are up next. After Ade Chef, we'll have you have Francisca and then Vita Age, and then we'll take it up from there. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Good morning. Honestly, when I read the news of the great, the one, the fantastic worshiper, I've been thinking of hosting a space to discuss about this same topic, domestic violence and Christian relationships. In fact, I wanted to capitalize on the Christian relationship so that we won't lose focus. I was hearing the last speaker when she was saying, first, I'm a married man, and I'm a member of RCCG. First, let me pick it up from what the last speaker says and what she was saying. First of all, the truth be told, which is we still have some good pastors out there that respect people's marriage. We still have some good pastors out there that understand what marriage is. Let me use myself as an example. I remember when I wanted to get married, and I told my pastor, there's someone I'm talking to, there's this young lady I'm talking to. My pastor was like, that was a nice one. This is what will happen. I will join you in prayer to ask, to seek for God's direction. And we started praying. I mean, I remember probably maybe 1 week or 1 month after, I woke up to him, sir, what did the Holy Spirit reveal anything to you? He said something. He said, he called my name, said that day. I said, sir. He said, even if Holy Spirit reveals anything to him, he wants me to hear from Holy Spirit direct by myself, not him telling me this is what Holy Spirit says. What if according to him, he said, what if he tells me what Holy Spirit says, and probably maybe what me and Mary is quite different. Now, my point is, see, most weak Christians, we believers, we've always forgotten that these pastors, they are first human first before they receive calling. They are first human first before they pick up the ministerial appointment. And as a Christian that we are, we all should also know what the Bible says. The Bible says is when the devil face you, try to have an encounter with you, face the devil, fight with the devil. But when temptation comes your way, flee away from every form of temptation, which simply means irrespective of how spiritual strong you are as a Christian, as a believer. No one is about temptation. Now, I will narrow it down to Osinachi's incident in marriage. Yes, the Bible does not support the divorce, but one thing I also discover is, see, we always, as a Christian, we always hide under this, you can't divorce your wife, you can't divorce your husband. Once you got married, you are married forever. But the truth is, God has given us our brain used by ourselves. When God wanted to create the earth, He said, "Come, let us create human in our own image." God created us in our own image. We have this brain for us to use by ourselves. Holy Spirit will not reveal everything to us. Holy Spirit will not help us to live in that marriage. Our pastor will not help us to live in that marriage. God Himself will not help us to live in that marriage. We are the one in that marriage. We are the one to make the decision ourselves. Everything. See, there are some things that prayer will not solve for us. There are some things that fasting and prayer will never ever solve for us. Our brain is there for us to solve it for us. In marriage, someone raised his hands over you the first time, second time, third time, and you are still staying under same roof with that kind of human being. Like, in the name of, this Christian, no, I don't want to divorce my husband. Oh, I have to be there. No one is saying you should leave your husband. No one is saying you should divorce your husband. What happens if you stay away for a while? What happens if you step aside just for your own mental health, just for your own life? You just stay aside. No one is saying you should stay away from your marriage. I think it is high time we should start learning on how to put ourselves first, even when it comes to things of the marriage that has to do with, I have to tell my pastor, sit down, think about yourself first, like, I am human first before I becomes a Christian. Yes, God supersedes over everything. But my point is, because to me, when I was looking through this woman's story, when I was going through this woman's story this morning, she's so strong with her faith, with the hope, God will change. Yes, God will change her, but nothing is wrong if you step out of that house and started praying for your husband from afar. Prayer can reach anywhere. It's we need to change our perspective. I won't put the blames on the pastors. To me, from my own view, from my own perspective, they are also human first before they becomes man of God. No one is perfect. They may be saying things the way they are seeing it, but we as human that we are worshiping under them as a Christian, as a believer that we are, we should, like someone was saying earlier, we should learn how to create our own personal relationship with God, and we shouldn't be saying, "Oh God, will take control. God will take control." Let our brain, our own personal thinking take control of some things once in a while, so that such incident like this won't happen. I don't know. Maybe this makes any sense to anyone out there. Thank you.
It does. It makes sense. Thank you so much, Adechef. So, Francesca, please take the mic. Once Francesca is done, Visa Age would take the mic. Thank you.
Hello, good evening, everyone.
Yes,
According to
good evening.
according to today about the domestic violence in Christian relationship, for me, I just think that women that are in marriages, you understand, most of them stay because of their children. I don't know whether this thing will make sense in any way, but I just believe most women that are suffering in marriages, most of them stay because of their children. Despite the fact the last speaker said that the best way, you understand, to curtail or to reduce all this violence in a Christian home is at least having a space by separating from each other. You understand? But most women, I just feel that they keep thinking about their children. They'll be that, like, I don't really know, but I don't know if everybody here are Igbo, but my mom will be like, "Inye foro to Agola." You understand? Most of them endure both the hardship, both the everything, you understand, because of their children. Even despite the fact that most people come to intervene in the marriages, because I've heard when they have, if despite the fact they have people that intervene in marriage, just like the welfares. I don't know whether you guys have heard about the welfares, people help help to bring back broken marriages and settle argument. But I just feel the best way in everything is just to separate a little while. Because if both of you separate, at least let's know where the problem is. Both of you are meant to go back and reflect and recollect. You can't tell me a marriage that was sweet when you guys married, all of a sudden turned to become a beating something and everything. You understand? And those, like, I would advise any married woman or even a man that if your husband is beating you or your wife is kind of anyhow, just have to separate, just take a break. For now, I know you have children because according to what I read, definitely I read about the biography of late Osinachi Nwachukwu. Yeah, she's blessed with 4 children. You understand? I'm not saying that she was thinking about her children, but as in, if I'm the one, I'm not putting everything on my shoes. I would at least take a break. You understand? Let me know what exactly is wrong. You can't be keeping up your faith, you understand, trying to protect your image or trying to protect your husband image. You understand? They are beating you every night. You come back, they'll drag your hair, they'll beat you, they'll lock you up. You understand? You keep staying in that marriage. Why? Every day you wake up by 3 a.m., you be crying for God to do something. The best way you can just is just separate a little bit. You understand? I've listened to the last 2 speakers, the last speaker, they said a very perfect thing. You understand? Just separate from a little bit. I know the Bible condemn about divorce or divorce, anyone, you understand? But just have to, like, just take a break from that marriage. You understand? So at this point, I'll be stopping here. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you so much, Francesca, for your contribution. All right. So we have Visa Age. If you're ready, please take the mic. And we also have Mayowa. If you're ready, please let us share our own contribution because we have more people who are requesting to speak. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. Sorry, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can. We can hear you, please. We
Okay,
can.
yeah.
Thank you.
May the soul of Osinachi may rest in peace. It's
Amen.
quite painful, but I remember that when I was in university those years, there was a friend of mine, my very good friend. In fact, she was my best lady. She was the first person that told me that that was actually telling me that in Christian marriages that there is DV, because I never believed it. But she was like, there are Christian marriages where the woman just keeps quiet because she doesn't want, even not just Christian, not like the congregations, even the people that we look up to as the ministers, the pastors, some of them engage in DV. So what I just want to say is that sometimes I don't want to blame the people. I don't want to say, okay, why are you not leaving? Because sometimes the people are not leaving because of their family. So for example, people have issues that they're going through in their family, and then when their own nuclear family. And so if, for example, when the parents hear about it, the first thing the parents are talking about is, don't leave, don't do this, don't do that. Now, so I think that while we're trying to talk to ourselves and our own generation about, okay, if there is DV, try to separate and all of that. Yes, separation and all of that. I think we need to talk so much. We need to, I don't know how to put it together, what to pass this message. But what I'm trying to say is that we need to pay attention to our parents, the generation X, and then the baby boomers. We need to pay attention. We need to make them understand that separation is needed, because sometimes it's not about the person really wants to leave, but it's the people that are supposed to be the social support, the support system of that person, are actually the ones that don't want that person to leave. So I think we need to talk so much, try to sensitize our parents, our family members, on the need why someone needs to separate. Because like all the speakers have talked about separation, I think in Nigeria people just think about divorce. Separation is very good in the sense that people begin to think, okay, whether we get help and all of that. But the immediate family sometimes don't want to hear about that. You'll be hearing the mother, maybe the bride's mother is thinking about how people will perceive her, and sometimes they feel like, your father was this, I stayed. But I think that we really need to do so much more to sensitize those people on the need to support whether their son or their daughter, so that they don't become a victim of DV or whatever toxic environment they're involved in. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Maiwa, for your contribution. Right now, we visa age. If you are still with us, please go ahead. And if not, Naomi, you can please take this. Can take the space. And after Naomi, Adechef would also speak. Thank you.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. Thank you for this space, but I'm really speaking to the people who are reiterating, why don't you just leave? Why don't you just leave? And this is to do a bit of education. Number one, as a lawyer. Number two, as a woman who is not only married, but I work in advocacy. I've been working in women's spaces for the last 10 years. And as someone who understands the dynamics of where culture, religion, and the country and as a society, where it intersects. And these are the issues that prevent women from leaving. How many of us know how difficult it is for a woman to even rent a house without a man as either a guarantor, a husband, or a fake husband in major cities? How many of us know that in churches, a woman cannot really hold a position if you are separated or you are divorced, even if it is visibly the man that maybe was cheating, which is the criteria in the Bible to separate from someone that is cheating. And don't forget that Sister Osinachi of blessed memory, our career was tied to our religion. Not only was she a Christian, she was a Christian minister who needed to preserve a certain status. And it has been scientifically and psychologically proven that it takes 7 cycles for a woman to live an abusive marriage. So what I would encourage us to do is to extend grace to people that we see who are going through these things. It's easy to sit down and say, why don't you just leave? Some women don't even have the money. In my work as a lawyer and an advocate, I go to police station to arrest men that beat their wives. When the women become hungry, they come to fight me and say, please help me bail my husband back. I want him back, even with all the beating. How many of us know that sometimes when these pastors hear about these things, they will be encouraging you to pray? There was a particular case I did. The lady was in the pastor's house. They were begging me when I got there to fight, to please let them sort it out. In their process of sorting it out, they took this woman's children until I weighed in and got domestic violence rapid response team in Lagos involved. Before we went all the way to outskirts of Lagos in Gerigba and Korodu to get those children back. This woman is living peacefully in a mini flat that we assisted her to rent now. Figuring out her life with her 2 children. And the man knows now that he can't come and fight her. She could have died in that marriage. I'm currently working with someone whose husband is a pastor. He's a big HR man in one of the telco companies. He was even the one that got her a job, and he's gay. She moved out of their room because his partner was in their house. Our son goes to my child's school and he's very aggressive. The owner of my child's school heard the man telling the lady, man, buy it here. If you don't understand me, I will slap you on the phone. To even talk is difficult for her. So it's easy for us to say, why don't they leave? Do we have safe houses in Lagos or in major cities for women who are trying to get out of violent spaces? Do even the churches, do they make it easy for these women when they leave? They ostracize them, they excommunicate them. These women lose status. Even women are the ones who will be shaming them for leaving abusive husbands because they have not found the courage to leave. While it is easy to say these things and just project and just give advice, we must understand the difficulty. And if you are seeing anybody or you are near anybody who is going through this thing, the first step is to show them love and support, even if it is to do it codedly. Help them raise money or crowdfund for them and bombard them with positive information. Because so many of these things are psychological. Trauma rewires the brain. When you are told constantly that you are useless, imagine she was tied down and her sons were beating her. Do you know what that does to somebody's psychology and psyche? She feels that she's worthless, she's useless. One of the women I introduced to DSVRT, she's 55 or 54. I still saw her 2 weeks ago, March 25th. She was telling me one of the other women that was in a cohort, because DSVRT will give you a safe place to stay, and they will give you a small amount of money to at least find your feet. That the husband tricked her, begged her, took her back, and now the woman has a stroke, and the man is still maltreating her. So even now, when I see the woman, somebody who is in her 50s, or she left this guy about 3 years ago, or 2018, yes, I would always encourage her. I hope you're not planning on going back. Don't forget how well you are doing now. This is a woman that has grown children. We just need to acknowledge the fact that the society, the church, the mosque, the religion generally, and our culture does not make it for women to be alone, stay alone, or stand on their feet. As a matter of fact, the responses you get is, how dare you make an effort to stand on your own? How dare you take this choice? So we must reorientate ourselves and provide support, extend grace to people that we see in such abusive situations, not just talking down on them. When we begin to sound like this, we make it feel as if it is their choice fully for staying, not knowing that there are many circumstances and situations surrounding them living or staying. Even me, my mother, it was a personal experience. So when I work on the side of women, I don't work as someone who is just doing it. I work as someone who saw these things firsthand, and I'm trying everything possible to prevent it. That's the contribution I wanted to make.
All right, thank you so much, Lawyer Naomi. Thank you so much for your contribution. Of course, you shared a lot from the perspective of a lawyer, and also having to deal with women who are actually facing DV. And I really like the fact that you talked about what's the next step. What are the next steps for women who live or who want to live? Is the church providing anything? Even the family members, are they doing anything afterwards? Are they going to take them into their homes? Are they going to help them? And those are other questions that those are the other things that we also all need to look into when we tell people to, or when we say work or you leave or something. Well, what are the next steps? I have a personal story to even share. I think 2014, when I was about to rent my first house in Lagos, there was really nothing they didn't say. There's really nothing the agent didn't say. Number one, I was single at that time. Number two, I had my business. I was working. I was doing my own thing. I had a car. I was doing so well. I had the money to even rent the apartment in VI, but this guy kept questioning me, kept putting me, he kept saying things that didn't really match, my personality, or saying things that didn't even match my status. So it's really difficult for women to even get an apartment. It's really difficult. I've been in that situation before. I've been in that. I never knew it was a trend until other people started talking about it on how to even rent a house. Is either a man is with you, or they feel that if you're renting a house as a single woman, this is who you are. And in most cases, it is not like that. So I totally now see it from another angle of, okay, if these women leave their homes, where are they going to stay? Who's gonna be their guarantor? Who's going to take them in? Do we have safe houses and all? Even with their children, in some cases, these women will have kids. How are they going to take care of them? And all of that. So I think that's another point that we also need to talk about. All right. So Ade Chef, you are home. Thank you. And
Uh,
after
uh,
Ade Chef, Olamide can speak. Thank you.
thank you, the host. I don't know if I'm permitted to read some Bible passages. I don't know.
Sure, you can. I mean, for everyone, please, this is not to, I mean, I don't know how to explain this, but not, can Lawyer Naomi help me with a disclaimer or something?
It's not a religious place, but we're just sharing experiences. I mean, I
Okay,
was piggybacking off what people were saying about just living
okay,
in the
okay,
to say
okay.
that it's
Because
not that easy. There are many
the
contexts.
reason why I asked is because of the topic in Christian relationship, which I believe that's why I asked. Okay, that if that should be the case, then let us leave that area. I think from my own view, I see there is this Bible passage that says, "When the foundation has been destroyed, what can the righteous do?" Um, I think this we human, we most times we only put the cart before the horses. What do I mean by putting cart before the horses? Let us start from the foundation of marriage. When you guys are meeting each other for the very first time, like, did you do your proper assignment? Like, or you put everything, "Oh, my pastor says she is the right woman for me. Oh, my pastor says he's the right man for me." Yes, your pastor may say that, but the truth of the matter is, your pastor will not be in that marriage with you. Your pastor won't be seeing what you are seeing. Your pastor won't be experiencing what you are experiencing. I mean, like, because I don't know the basis of Osinachi's marriage, but like someone said earlier, she is a true Christian, a true worshiper. Probably, maybe, quote and unquote, maybe when she wanted to get married to that her husband. Oh, God says you are my husband. God says, oh, you are my wife. See, at times it may comes like that, but like I said earlier, God has given us this brain to think. Let us do our own assignment outside Christianity. Let us do our own assignment concerning that relationship outside marriage. What do I mean by that? Gone are those days when people wants to get married that the groom's family will send a spy, they call it spy, from their family, from the husband to be family to the family of the bride to be, to go and know what is going on in their family, to go and know the kind of family she's coming from. Same thing with the bride's family as well, whereby they send a spy to go and check on the husband's family, the kind of family he is coming from, how he was brought up. Maybe he was brought up in the sense, in the way whereby he has to maltreat his wife. That is his own way of living in marriage. Maybe he was brought up in a way whereby the woman doesn't have a say. Maybe that is how he's being brought up in the marriage. All these things matters most when we are going into a relationship and marriage. Like relationship, see, I do say this very well. I mean, I understand the fact that yes, to avoid some temptation, there are some things in relationship that you have to limit yourself. But that doesn't mean you should not ask questions. That doesn't mean you should not see what you are supposed to see. That doesn't mean you should not do so many research you are supposed to do. That doesn't mean you should not have access to his people in his family. That doesn't mean you should not pay attention when you are going to the family to see how they operate in there. That in my language, I'm a Yoruba man. They says a feeling wa boto omaru, which simply means in English that behavior, attitude is like a smoke. No matter how you cover that and no matter how you cover a smoke, no matter how you cage a smoke will look for a way, will look for a way out to show himself that he's been eating here. So that is how our attitude is. If we pay attention to all these kind of things with prayer, with Christian that we call ourselves, it will surely help us to know to know things we want to do. Don't let us be blindfolded with the love. Oh, he's so caring. Oh, she is so caring. Don't let us be blindfolded with the beauty. Oh, she's figure eight. Don't let us be blindfolded with, oh, he has 6 packs. Oh, he's tall. He's bigger. Oh, he's any good money. Oh, she's making good money. Oh, they are so accommodating in his family. Oh, they are so accommodating in our family. You are not going to live with our family. You are not going to live with his family. You are living with him alone. Pay attention. These are the things we don't really pay attention one-on-one. We always hide everything under God says, God says, God says, my pastor says, my pastor says. God will not come down to live with you in that family. God did not come down to live with Adam and Eve in Garden of Eden. He only comes to visit them once in a while. That was what makes and gives opportunity to the serpent to introduce to come into their midst. Had it been Adam and Eve brings themselves together, they work hand in hand together, that space, that vacuum will not be created for the serpent to come into their midst. So the basis is, my point is, from the beginning, for those that are still single in our midst, that they are still coming up, please and please, you see all those physical things we see. I'm not saying we should not pay attention to the physical appearance, all those stuff. Oh, is he working? Is she working? No, I'm not saying we should not pay attention to that.
I apologize. Please, are you aware that what you are saying now will make people who are actually going through abuses feel guilty for their choice of partner? What you are doing is tantamount to blaming people who are
I'm not
abused.
blaming ma.
So
Not
if you are telling
going to
people
somewhere.
they didn't choose right partners,
I'm not
and it is
saying
the
that.
reason why
Oh my
they are going
goodness.
through
I'm not
abuse,
saying
you are
that,
making it
ma.
difficult for people to speak up, and this is why
Ma,
someone like
I'm not.
Sister
If
Osinachi
you
did
listen
not
to
talk.
me now,
I'm listening to you. This is
let
not
me
fair.
let
This
me
is
make
not
let's.
fair.
Oh my God. My
This
point
is
is
not
for
fair.
those.
You cannot be blaming somebody for
I'm
what
not
a man is doing.
blaming
You
any.
cannot beg or pray your way out of a man who has been hell bent on beating you or killing you or being wicked to you. Look at the cultural part. You pass the church hate.
Ma, if you
Sir, I have had butted with pastors who will tell women who have been beaten and abused
ma,
financially,
this is
physically,
my this
psychologically to stay. What
ma,
do you
this
say
is
to
my
that?
ma, this is my second time of speaking.
You
If
said
you
to the
listen
fact
to
that
me,
a woman who is
ma,
a leader
ma,
in a church is
ma,
not allowed to go
ma,
on with her
ma,
service in church because he
ma,
left
if
an
you listen
abusive
to me,
marriage.
ma, this is my second time of talking. If you listen to me, I condemn the act. I'm saying this based on those that are still single, that wants to go into marriage. It's just an advice. I'm not saying this for those. I mean, we have people on this space that are still single. That is why I'm saying this. Don't get me wrong. Don't misinterpret me. Don't misquote me. We have single people. I'm very sure everyone on this space are not married. We have single people on this space. Now, if we focus on those who are married on this space, what about the single ones? I'm talking to the left and to the right. That is what I'm doing. Which I don't think there is nothing wrong
Mr.
in
Ade,
what I am saying.
Mr. Ade,
Yeah,
please can I talk? You know,
go
the
ahead.
thing is, when you were speaking, I actually wrote something down. It's more like you're doing victim blaming. I understand where you're coming from, but seriously, we don't need that right now because we're Christians and we know that our churches, they're always talking. When you go for February 9th, February 14th, they're talking about couple something, couple that one. They're always talking about, we've heard all those things. But I really want to say something. This happened to my own very good friend while I was still in Nigeria, in Abuja. My friend. So sometimes you don't see those red flags. Sometimes you don't see those red flags. Please, so let's not just victim blame, because it's not like you're passing. I get where you're going. It's advice, but really, it's more like victim blaming. This thing has happened. It has happened. But now let us look at it, because at the end of the day, we keep victim blaming people.
Can I ask
When
a question,
okay, yeah, I'm
Maiwa?
listening. Yes, I'm with
Now,
you.
my question to you is, what advice do you have to the singles that want to get married? Thank you.
The singles that want to get married, I don't think that is what we're dealing with right now. I don't know what. Well, I think the host maybe the host.
The current topic today, or what we are focusing on right now, is the current issue on around the death of Osinachi. And we are talking about, sorry please, we are talking about, sorry please, and we are talking about domestic violence in Christian relationships. And the news about her death is something that no one is happy about. Nobody is happy about it. Nobody.
Thank
Every
you very
woman out
much.
there, every man out there. No, it's not. It's not. But we are not here to take sides with anybody.
Thank
So
you
this is
very
not
much.
a single. Sorry, please. This is not a single space, or this is not an advice for single or anything. We are really talking about the topic, which is Osinachi, and we are talking about domestic violence in Christian relationships. So let's just all stick to the topic, and we have other speakers who are raising their hands to speak. Olamilekan, you can go ahead. After that, Esia can follow. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. I've had a lot of us speaking, and I decided to speak because in recent time, within the last since January 1st till now, talking about Christian home or people that are close to me, I have seen three that have been involved with domestic violence, and I'm bothered. So hearing this about Sinashi today, and while I was hearing Osinachi, I had another one I was told is already in the social media. So the person that works with one of the guy that was burnt with a sister was the one that was telling me the story. And I was like, what is happening for goodness sake? What is that? We are talking about Christian, and that is where I am so disturbed. Now, the truth is this: a Christian is human before he's a Christian or she's a Christian. And unfortunately, just the way Judas did not deal with some things and he was a disciple and he keeps being a disciple, that wasn't the reason why he became the one that betrayed Jesus. It would have been Peter, it would have been anybody. In other words, every one of us on this call, except you're an angel, you still have your own area of weakness. And how you're dealing with it is what is helping you to be who you are and what people applaud you to be as at now. How you have tamed yourself, how you have worked and keep working on yourself as a husband or as a wife is what is still helping you. And how you have spoken to yourself to tolerate and to still help your partner is what is helping you. I have seen part of the people I mentioned, one of them has been a male now, has been emotionally abused for years. And he has been quiet. He has been keeping quiet for a long time till everything now scattered and he went physical on his wife. Now it's been a problem. Another one, a woman. Now, this is Christian that we see as Christian ministers. And when she told me that the husband slapped her, even me, I was like, how? These are Christians. I said, what did you do? She told me, I said, this doesn't make sense. No man has any justification to raise a hand against a woman. No man. I grew up from a home that is not Christian. This is a home that is polygamous. When there are issues, my dad will pick his clothes and he will go out, not to even raise his voice. Talk less of being physical. And we are talking of Christian now. What happened to our relationship with God as an individual? Not even as a husband, not even as a wife, as an individual first. And that is what I keep calling. Now, Christian now, no, every Christian, there's a church. And I still also want to come to that part. I know there is no perfect church. If there's a perfect church, we'll all be in heaven. The church is where we get our courage, we get a family where you can call upon. And the question I'm speaking this from my own little experience. It is not general. So I'm speaking just from my own myopic experience. The role of the church, I don't know how far we have gone. my own, please quote me well, my own myopic experience, it seems as if some of us that are leaders, we are afraid to take some bold, decisive step when we see these flags. Decisive steps might be about bringing the law into the form, or probably we don't want to wrong A or we don't want to wrong B. But there might be other reasons that the church is keeping by not making some decisive steps. Because for the woman that said the husband slapped, I said, who have you told? He said, we don't allow third party. I know we all have those kind of principle, but it is a gradual thing. The first time in a 12-year marriage, he slapped the wife. And my question, what will happen tomorrow? She couldn't, for 4 weeks, she couldn't be herself. She couldn't believe it can happen to her. This is somebody that, she's somebody that encouraged other women, how she married rightly, how God gave her the husband, all the things that Brother Ade was talking about. This is people, I can say these are God's general. She left the home for 4 weeks. She went to an hotel because she couldn't bring herself to understand that this man could raise up his hand to slap. Where am I going to? Christian as an individual, it is high time we bring up to this. Some of us as Christians, we need help. But we are not even ready to come and say that we need help because we are Christian. We are supposed to be the best. We are supposed to be the Jesus. You are human. Go and look at Hebrew 11. The hall of fame of faith that we talk about, none of them work in perfection. There always be one thing or the other. But the humility heart of accepting to still be better works for them. And that's where I'm going as Christian.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much for your contribution.
As Christian.
Okay. It's still on. Okay. Hello, can anyone hear him? I don't know if we lost him or something. Can anyone hear Olamilekon speak? Okay. Okay, so we have Esia and Morbirin. Esia and Morbirin, please. Esia, please take the stage, and afterwards, Morbirin will take the space. Thank you. Yeah. Hello, can anyone hear me? Please, I feel, I don't know if anyone can hear me, please. Can I just, hello? Okay, Esia, please take the space. Thank you.
Yes, I can hear you. I
Yes,
just
I can hear. Good evening.
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Please, the next speaker should talk now.
All right, so if we don't have Esia, please can Moribin just take the space instead? Thank you. It's getting quiet. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Hello. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening. We
Can
can hear
everyone
you.
hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Yes, you can.
Thank you, OSG, for the opportunity and the platform to speak. So, domestic violence in Christian relationship. Sorry to put the blame. Sometimes it comes from our parents because I used to have a roommate back then in the university. Fortunately, this lady married her husband as a virgin. And before then, she was dating an older man. So she told her mom that, okay, mommy, this is this person I'm involved with. Can you meet him? So When she explained the age range with her mom was like, no, this is not the person, this is not the right person I'm seeing. So afterward, her mom now told her that I'm seeing this other person, because immediately she left the other relationship. After like 2 months, she started this one, this the relationship with her present husband. So when she told her mom then said, "Oh, I've prayed about it. This is the person. This is the right person you're going to marry." So fortunately now they got married after 2 months. So after their marriage, the husband started acting up, bringing different issues, and he knew this girl just left the school and does not have any money, and he's working well. So now this man told her that you have to be splitting bills, you have to be paying for the cable TV and sometimes the electricity bill. So now she told her mom. Her mom now said, no problem, that if that's what we want, and in order for us to avoid issues, because you guys just started this relationship, I know you just started this marriage. So the mom said she's going to be paying the bills for her. So afterwards, little issues, the guy would just get angry easily. Like it was that she was not even surprised that is it not this person I got married to? Is it not this person my mom prayed about and all? So afterwards, to cut the story short, she took in, she told her husband that Bobo, I'm pregnant too. The husband now said, hey, you're pregnant. Please, you just have to abort this pregnancy because I am not ready for it. So she was like, it's not as if we're dating, we're married already. And you never told me that, okay, if I take in after 1 month, you won't, like maybe after 1 year, or you tell me if I take in maybe after 2 years, would like she went back to tell her mom that, okay, this is what is happening. No, my husband said I should abort the pregnancy. So the mom now said, okay, have you spoken to your mother-in-law? So she went to tell the mother-in-law. The mother-in-law now said, now why are you coming to tell me your problem? That was how this guy started hitting her. And no, she after like 1 month, she went back to her mom. The mom said, that you just get married, you just got married though. Your marriage is not even up to 2 months. You're coming back home. You better go back to your husband, because what will I tell the elder in the church? What will I tell this person that my child that just got married? To cut the story short, my roommate is still in that relationship. She's still there. So sometimes our parent decisions affect our relationship. So that's what I want to say.
Hmm.
So
All right.
even if you won't speak out, even if you speak out, okay, for
Hmm.
now, she spoke out, she told her mom, she told the mother-in-law, but they
Hmm.
still insist that, and what would the elder say in church?
Hmm.
What would this person say? What would the other person say? So
Hmm.
sometimes speaking out in this African setting will not even help you, because if you speak out, they will still blame you.
Hmm. Hmm.
So at this point of her marriage, she's even regretting that she left that older man for
Hmm.
this guy her mom prayed for.
Hmm.
So sometimes I just feel like our religious body need to step up, because a lot of people are dying from domestic violence in the church because they don't want to speak out. A lot of people in the church are suffering inside and they cannot even speak out. So I think they need an awareness in the church in order to reduce the death rate. Because if not for that, Osinachi told some people, we might have think that okay, she died of cancer. We might not even know the root of the matter. So I think they need awareness. Thank you, SG. That's all I will have to say.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your contribution. Mayowa, I can see you raised your hand up. After Mayowa is done, Sisi Dami will take the space. Then we also have Shodunke. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Naomi. Thank you, OSG. Yes, basically, I said earlier on when I spoke, I talked about sensitizing awareness. our religious bodies really need to do, our Christian body, they really need to do a lot of work, because I'm heavy on support system. I've seen the difference that support system can make in a relationship. Okay, for example, I was going to talk about a friend the other time. Back then, we got married at almost the same time. I think she got married before me. And then this guy, sweet guy, I'm not going to mention his name. Sweet, very loving guy that me said. I then how they put it, like moment relationship one work. This guy is sweet, very sweet guy. Something. Okay, she lost her first pregnancy, and maybe he's not trying to understand. Maybe it's the pressure and all of that. But in any way, he didn't handle it properly, because in fact, the way she lost her first pregnancy was very painful, because she was on the way. She was 20 something weeks on the way to the hospital. Immediately she started feeling her stomach pain in her. She gave birth to that 20 something weeks baby in the car. So imagine all the emotions, the things that she'll be going through. Later she took in. I don't know what happened. Maybe he's not being able to deal with it properly and all of that. I don't know. But that's not a reason. Before we knew anything, he beat this girl. But thank God for support system. She had a very fantastic family that told her, you need to just leave for now. Probably is not in a good state of mind. And then they invited him for meetings. He didn't turn up. So while we're talking about state of mind, we also understand that this person that was like the very loving person, that's why I was like, you cannot see some things, you might not be able to see something. Some people just change. Maybe some situations just make them change to what they're not, what they probably are not, because they've not dealt with some things properly. And because of our system, people don't seek counseling, proper counseling. It's that they're going to the church, then the pastor will just say, we've prayed. I'm a believer, I believe in prayers and all of that. But then there's also the place of proper counseling. And then at the end of the day, well, the last time I knew, because I don't like to ask her about all those things, she was still separated from him. In fact, she gave birth, he did not come to see the child. I even tried to speak to him, he blocked me off. So what I'm trying to say is that sometimes you don't see these things, and it will not be good to just victim blame, but we need support systems. We need to emphasize support systems in our churches for those who are ministers, who are leaders in their churches. Please, we need to emphasize support system. The social support that a person gets can make or unmake that person. For example, we know that in our churches, there's stigmatization. So when Naomi was talking about the other time, she talked about stigmatization. For example, when something happens, the next thing they're victim blaming the woman. She's the one that did not keep her family well. This one. You even see a situation whereby something happens and then the pastor probably got to know about it. They'll say, Kunle, if it's a Yoruba city, Kunle, ko be okwe. Now, I'm not saying that the men don't go through the thing through DV. Men also go through DV. What I'm trying to say is that instead of them to understand that, okay, once that get to the issue of DV, it's not like, okay, the person that they beat, you not tell the person that they beat that the person should beg again. When you're supposed to try to say, okay, for now, maybe separate this is the way we're going to support you while you're here. Okay, get up. The different help that people need, get it. So I think we need to emphasize healthy support systems. We need to just emphasize that for our churches and even for our parents. Our parents have a lot to do in this. They have a lot to do because they are looking at their own outlook amongst their friends. Please, we really need to, for as many people that have that platform, we need to change things. We need to emphasize support systems, please. And sometimes you don't see all these things. Sometimes you don't see all these things because I know how well all of us try to go to fellowship, learn these things. We know about red flags, but sometimes, honestly, we don't see these things. Please, thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Maiwa, for your contribution. Wow, it's a lot. We need support systems, like you said. Naomi also mentioned it, earlier. So Sisidami, please take the floor, and then once you're done, Shodunke will then speak. Thank you very much.
Good evening, everyone. I really appreciate this opportunity to speak. I would just like to speak some things, like some of the things I've experienced. Let me start by saying that the Christian body in Nigeria, especially, is not really helping matters. Like they're even making things worse. It's so bad that they even they make domestic violence so difficult that if you leave, in fact they will say it in church that domestic violence, divorced women are not meant to be celebrated. Like I've experienced it before. In the issue of this woman that died, if she had left her marriage for a very long time, I'm so sure some churches would have stopped talking to her. They would have stopped calling her to sing. They'll be like, no, we don't want someone who cannot keep her marriage. I could remember a time I attended a church with my mom, and they were celebrating women that day. And they told us in the church that day, like they said it. In fact, it was even a reading church. They said it that divorced women should not come out. We are celebrating good women, not divorced women. I was so embarrassed. In fact, I
Can
felt it.
you imagine?
In fact, I
Can you
almost shed
imagine?
tears.
In
Like
the church.
I almost shed tears. My mom is divorced. I look. My dad is late, but that day I went with my mom. I looked at her like, mommy, you have to go through all this because of us. But don't worry, all is well. So when it comes to all these churchy things, I'm not a church person. I'm not all this. We are worshiping daddy. We need to ask daddy for direction. Please, aside from asking God for direction, use your own brain as well. We need to tell people. You need to tell people. We need to
True,
sanitize people as well. The
true,
stigmatization is too much. It's too
true.
much. That's all I can say. Thank you
Mm.
very much for the opportunity. Good
Thank
evening.
you. Thank you, Dami. Thank you so much for that. I mean, it's really crazy to hear that divorced women should not come out. So if there's a group in church called Good Women, all of a sudden women that are widows or divorced are not good women. That's actually stigmatization right from the church. And in as much as we talk about the society, we talk about our families, the church also has, they still have something, sha, and that's just the honest truth. There's always something about it. And the reason is because there's always segregation in the church. There's always stigmatization. There is always someone pointing out something because they know about your story or because they've heard and they know, and they will always want to use that to eat you, no matter what it is. And for a lot of people, they go to church because they just want to speak to God. They're not in church because they want to be judged, or they don't want they because they don't know what to do about their situation. Then people should then talk down, on them. We actually our own problems. If we remove the church away from all of these things, we become humans, and we become ourselves. So we are actually the ones doing ourselves. That's the honest truth. Um, so thank you so much, Dami, for your contribution. Shonuke, please take the space. Thank you.
Good day, everyone. Good day, Olori. Ah,
Good evening. Good evening. Oh.
when I saw the news this morning that she died of throat cancer, I was still in my head that how come? Now, after work, now opening my phone, seeing like domestic violence, I'm like, why? Ah, God. Yeah. So this sister of mine, my mom's sister, her first daughter, she married a pastor. The man is even a pastor, though I did not attend their wedding or anything. They had 3 kids. It was just like we were looking for her for days. Everybody was informed that we are looking for Auntie Gike.
Seriously.
They stay at Ibadan. And alas, it's their neighbors that wanted to fetch water in the well and said, something is smelling. And they found her in the well. She committed suicide. She finished from Lead City. I don't know. She has 3 kids. It was after her death, her mom was now saying a lot of things that he has been having marital issues. The husband has been maltreating her, but they are SU, so they cannot leave marriage. Like, mommy, big mommy, why didn't you inform all the families? Even if we are informed, like she cannot leave her husband. Like, who says that? Now, the husband, we cannot even file a case because those kids are still small and he's not ready to leave them. And he's still the next of kin. So it's so complicated. I think it's just a thing that we need to just start synthesizing women. Aside church, let's move church. Maybe in any group forms or societal parties or anything women that we used to have, that it's not a do or die affair. I remember yesterday or day before yesterday that Twitter were dragging Toyin that she said, if this my husband fuck up, I will marry another husband again. That is it. It's not all men that has come. It's not all men that maltreat women. If this one is maltreating you, move to the next one. And if you feel like you cannot go on, be on your own. It's better to be alive. Our last born is just 2 years, like 2 years. Give us the last one. He said that he cannot separate his kids and he cannot even raise them. He had to go and drop them to the family house. Like, I'm so mad, but there's nothing you can do. He's the next of kin. You can imagine, like, at the end of the day, you leave family till today. That woman is not herself till today. Imagine losing. I'm like, big mommy, you should have just let her come to your house. He said, no, he's not tolerated in religion. Like, religion? Ah, how do we get? And he was even a pastor. He was even a pastor. So sometimes just saying, pastor or brother, no. Like Yoruba would say, Ọlọ́run ló mẹni tó ń sin òun. Only God knows what is in the heart. Only the true people. It's only God that sees our hearts. Don't judge people by going to church, by doing this. There are some people that even show wickedness, that they are not even wicked deep down. And there are some people that show like, they are the true people, but they are the bad ones, evil ones. We need to start talking to women. Please, if it's not working, for the sake of your children, for the sake of your own life, just be on your own. People will talk, but it's just good to be alive. It's just good to be alive. At the end of the day, this man, he might have connections and they will release him. If it's Nigerian police, they will release him. They will later say, should be the kids, they should consider the kids, they should, all those stories. But the woman is gone. She's gone. We should forget religion and always think about ourselves. We cannot follow everything in the Bible that doesn't favor us. It's whatever favors you to some extent that you will do. You cannot at the expense of your life. It's either your life or you are dead. It's just a thin line between that two. I'm so speechless, as in and I know that there are still some tribes too. I have someone that I know. She, like, the husband beats her. He said that in their tribe, if they should go home for December or this festive period, that they will not allow her associate with them because they will say she's a bad woman if you leave your husband house. I said, is it by force you travel? Say, no, that's the time they see all their family that she cannot leave the man. She's still there now, but God knows the best.
Lauren, as well. Thank you so much, Shoduke, for your contribution. Jacquees, please take the mic, and once you're done, Queen will follow. Thank you.
Thank you very much for having me. Very interesting discourse. You see, this thing is a never-ending circle, and it will never stop until I continue to say that people need to start speaking out. See, I had a neighbor who works in Chevron. This man would beat up his wife. Then, way back then, while I was still living there, this man would beat up his wife. When he finished beating her up, he will give this woman like 300K, 400. That's small money for a Chevron worker. This was way before I left Nigeria. And you will see this woman all smiles the next day. She's always laughing, making it seem like all is well.
And you see, the last beating this man gave this woman, the beating was so intense that the neighbors had to actually scale the fence, break down the door to rescue the woman. Now you tell me why. I continue to say it every day. People say marriage is for better, for worse. But let me ask you, are you going to wait for better, for worse till you are dead? Or you take your last breath? If marriage is not favoring you, kindly pack your load and leave. Kindly end it. Because I don't see why people tolerate a lot of things. You tolerate a lot in the name of marriage, in the name of relationships. And the painful thing, I continue to say it, most of these so-called religious couples we see today, a lot of things are going on that you don't know. They just hide. Religion is a facade. They cover it with religion. You won't see it. If I tell you some pastors I know who beat their wife, like this is not, I'm not talking about slaps and all that. I'm talking about punches to the head. I'm talking about a woman who have lost her pregnancy like 4 times because of the husband's constant beating. And I'll always come out to say, look, if as a man you come out and you constantly beat women every day, it doesn't show your masculinity. It shows your weakness. If you know you cannot live with this person, why about you just initiate a divorce process and let this person go? 2 of you should end whatever it is, rather than you killing another person's daughter. So we must start talking about a lot of things, because I think one of the reasons why these things are not common, and one of the reasons why these things are not being talked about, is because of this notion that society has created that um, marriage is for better, for worse. You're supposed to endure everything that comes with it, or you're not supposed to talk. You're supposed to pray to God. The partner is going to change. God will change that partner. Let me tell you something. If you're a woman and you are in here, same with a man. If you are in here, if you have a boyfriend who beats you every day, who slaps you at interval, and you think he's going to change, get ready to buy your coffee when you go into that marriage with that guy. And if you're a guy, you constantly endure abuse, be it emotional, be it physical or psychological, from a lady, and you believe that when you marry her, she will change, you are already digging your grave. I don't know why these things are happening. I was shocked when they said this lady was beaten by her husband, but I don't know. I don't really know. I just saw the whole thing on Twitter. I just don't know, because I'm hearing from one side of the story, not until the other side speaks. But if this was what really happened, then it is sad. Because not only has he killed this woman, he has also made the children motherless. Now the children are likely going to be without the care of a mother. They are likely not going to be with a mother. And so it's sad. And I think we should begin to talk more and remove that veil of shame that society wants to put on us when we begin to speak out. A woman was beaten to death what country that time was beaten to death in Nigeria. This man was beating her on a daily basis, and she never spoke until the husband one day woke up and felt that this woman could not continue. Like, he was tired of this woman. He actually threw the woman from the stairs, and that was how this woman died. It's sad. Domestic abuse is wrong on both sides and should never be encouraged. Marriage should be enjoyed. Marriage should never be endured. It's for better, for worse. Doesn't mean that you should suffer and be beaten like an animal and beaten like a slave. And please, let's begin to speak out. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your contribution. I mean, for anyone who is listening now, I hope they are taking one or two from this conversation. Queen, you have the space. Thank you.
Okay, thank you to all the speakers, and thank you to OSGS for this opportunity and this exposure for everybody to listen and learn from various speakers. So I love what the last speaker said. Marriage is to be enjoyed and not to be endured. If we all accept that, then we won't have issues. So this is going to be my final discussion on this. I just want to bring in some points or state some points on this issue. First of all, we need to understand what domestic abuse is. So domestic abuse is not just a husband beating the wife or the wife beating the husband. It has to do with a pattern of behavior in any relationship that is used to gain or maintain power and control over an intimate partner. There are some people, once you begin to notice that your partner is always trying to maintain power, is your partner is always trying to have control over you at your own detriment, then you should know and understand that you are suffering from domestic abuse. And apart from that, apart from the fact that domestic abuse is physical, domestic abuse can also be sexual as well. It can be emotional. In fact, the emotional part is a very, very strong aspect of domestic abuse that we all seem to throw into the wind. Because you see most women or men, even men, because it's not just women now, but just because a woman is involved in this case, that's why we are making sure that we are talking about women. They are abused emotionally. Abused emotionally. That is why we have so many cases of mental health issues. There are so many people that are suffering from mental health that they don't even know that they are suffering from mental health issues. They just feel that they are just depressed and that is it. But as time goes on, they begin to fall sick. You see some people, they will tell you, I'm always sick. I don't know what is wrong with me. My village people are after me. Most times it is not just malaria or typhoid or cancer or that is even killing you. Most times it has to do with your emotional health, and this is made possible from domestic abuse that you might be suffering or enduring from your partner. So I want us to get this very, very clear that domestic abuse is not just physical, it can be emotional, it can be economic, like what our federal government is making us go through in Nigeria now. Let's leave that for another day. Then it can also be psychological. It can be threat of actions that influence another person, and this includes behaviors that frighten us, behaviors that intimidate us, behaviors that terrorize us, behaviors that manipulate us, behaviors that hurt us so bad, behaviors that humiliate us, behaviors that make us to begin to blame ourselves or make our abusers to blame us, behaviors that wound us or injure us. Domestic abuse can happen to anybody. We should get that clear. And any of us can be a victim of domestic violence as well. And we should also know that domestic abuse have a very, very pattern of existence. You will see that most times the other speaker told us that a brother will beat the wife, and at the end of the day send her money, 300,000, 500,000, 1 million. And of course, women, they are very, very gullible to fashionable things like this. They want to be the best amongst their friends. So once the man gives them money to go and buy these things, they feel on top of the world. They will come brag about their husbands, about how their husband used to give them money. They forget about that part of the beating that came before the money. So we have to know that you have to note the following point. If you have or you feel some kind of way, if you know that, for you to know that you are being abused, you have to recognize some signs of domestic abuse. Okay, so if your partner embarrass or make fun of you in front of your friends or family, you are domestically abused. If your partner puts down your accomplishment is something that your partner is supposed to be proud of. Your accomplishment is something that your partner is supposed to be happy of. But in certain conditions or situations, you will find out that your partners are not happy. I saw a tweet where somebody said that the husband will call Osinachi after they paid him money to go for the concert. The husband is a manager, After they pay him money, not the wife, and the wife will go and for the concert in church, and the next he will be calling and asking, have you finished singing what you are singing to them? He doesn't see her as a minister, he just sees her as a singer. And this is something that is not right. So if your partner puts down your accomplishment, he does not celebrate you when others are celebrating you, he's not happy when others are happy for you, you are going through domestic abuse. If your partner makes you feel like you are unable to make decisions, you are also going through domestic abuse. If your partner use intimidation or threats to gain compliance, you are going through domestic abuse. Your partner, you should not agree to things your partner wants you to agree to by threatening you or intimidating you. It should be a mutual relationship. So if your partner intimidates you and threaten you to say this or threaten you to smile when you are outside or when visitors are coming, when your parents are visiting, your partner comes to tell you, see, that's your face where you carry like a cam water. So not just carry them when my parents come or when my friends come over this Sunday or when pastor comes, make sure say you change that face. So that is domestic abuse. He does not need to lay his hands on that face, giving you slaps and all that for you to know that you are domestically abused. So that is one thing you should note. Then if your partner tell you that you are nothing without them, that is domestic abuse. And that is what some men, even women that are in high places, they do that to their partners, even their children. You will see parents telling their children, if I did not give birth, if I'm not your mother, you would have been a useless child. You would have been suffering out there in the street. You would have been like other kids. You are abusing those children. And those children are supposed to see you as an abuser. So if your partner is always telling you you are nothing without me, and you are telling your partner I'm nothing without you, you are abusing yourself. You are letting yourself down for your partner to abuse you. Then if your partner treats you roughly, grab, push, pinch, shove, or hit you are being abused. Even during sex, you see some, I don't know, I've not experienced it before, but I watched some movies. Some guys are having sex and they will just carry the woman's leg, throw it up and down, and push her to the wall. And kilo shele, what is that now? I beg, that is also domestic abuse, except you are enjoying it. And the fact that you are enjoying it does not mean that it is right. Then if your partner call you several times a night or show up to make sure you are where you are or where you said you are, you are going through abuse. You've told your partner that you are going for a friend's party or you are going for maybe a get together, and your partner keeps calling you, where you there now? The party never finish. How many of una dey there? Who dey? Okay, might talk to your friend now and all that. No, that is not. You should be able to gain the respect of your partner. Your partner should respect and understand that you are an adult and you should be able to I'm not saying that your partner should not call you to make sure that you are being safe wherever you are. But by the time he starts calling or she starts calling and begin to film and all that, you are being abused. Then if your partner use drugs or alcohol as an excuse for saying harmful things or abusing you, you are going through domestic abuse. Some people, they say that when you are drunk, you say the truth. You are drunk and the only truth that comes out of your mouth is to abuse your partner. The only truth that comes out of your mouth is to tell your partner all the things that he or she has done before that are not pleasant to you and how you wish to hurt your partner. You are going through domestic abuse. Then if your partner blame you for how they feel or act, I'm not saying that there are some certain situations whereby you blame your partner. Like me, I do that sometimes. I tell my husband, boo boo, this thing that the way I'm feeling now, you are the cause and all that. We are not saying once in a while, no, as in like in such certain situations. But when it becomes an habit, when I started about domestic abuse, I said it's a behavioral pattern. When it becomes an habit, when it becomes a pattern of events, then you know that you are going through domestic abuse. When your partner also pressure you sexually for things you aren't ready to do, like as I said earlier, that your partner shove you as your legs up and down and all that, Some of them, some women, you come and they will start telling you, they will confide in you, my partner loves anal sex, my partner wants me to suck him, my partner wants to always suck me and all that, and I don't like it. But you tell your friend that you don't like it, but you can't tell your husband or your partner that you don't like it. You are just there enduring it. You are going through domestic abuse. If your partner make you feel like there is no way out of the relationship, oh God, that is the worst aspect of it. Some I've seen a husband telling the wife that, look, you cannot leave me, you cannot leave this relationship. If you leave, I die, or if you leave, you die. They can sometimes they say it in form of maybe playful manner or that. But if it becomes a pattern, and you know that when he says it or when she says it is not just in ordinary situations, then you should run for your dear life. Then if your partner if your partner prevents you from doing things you want, like spending time with friends or family, or like pursuing your dreams and all that, then you should know that you are going through domestic abuse. That is what we are talking about. You cannot just be happy, you cannot be in a relationship just because the man does not assault you physically, then you just feel that I'm not being abused, let me keep enduring. That is not right. You have to do what makes you happy. We are not saying that there are situations whereby you have to compromise for your partner. There is the marriage. If you don't know how to compromise, you are not patient, you cannot be in marriage. We are not talking about that. But when it becomes a pattern, becomes an everyday issue that your partner always wants you to do what he wants you to do, then you know that you are being abused. Then if your partner try to keep you from leaving after a fight, or leave you somewhere after a fight to teach you a lesson. I have seen situations whereby a boy and a girl, maybe husband and wife, they will be in the car, and maybe the wife says something that they don't like, and before you know, they stop the car, say, leave, get out, leave this car now. And the girl comes out of the car and the guy drives off. Not once instance, two, three, and you are still with that person. No, that is an abuse of the highest order. I have dated someone that we're going for, what's it called, a traditional, I forgot him because it's a very long time ago, either a traditional marriage or burial ceremony. He was driving, I was in the car, and I don't know what happened, and there was an argument. Before I knew it, this guy gave me a dirty slap, like a slap that almost my eyes became red all of a sudden. I still followed him to the party, and I pretended as if nothing happened. I got home and my mom asked me what happened to my eyes. I said, Mommy, as my eyes they do now. The eye they pain me and I don't scratch and that make the eye they red. Imagine the lies. But at the end of the day, after that was the last day I spent with that man. I never saw the guy again. That was the end of the relationship. You can't slap me on the highway, not even inside the house, on the road. You slap me to that extent, and just because you are giving me money, because you are paying my bills or something, and you expect me to remain with you, never. Because if you can do that in such a situation on the highway, you could slap your girl in that manner, then what happens after that? Do you know that this guy got married, and after he got married, then we got talking, and one day I noticed he posted a picture on social media. I noticed a scratch on his face and all that. So I asked him what happened. He said he was separating a fight at the airport between two ladies. You are separating fight at the airport between two ladies? How do you mean? He said that was what happened, and what do I mean? It was at the end of the day, I discovered that he was fighting with his wife, and that was how he got that, what's it called, the scratch on his face. So, what am I saying? So, will I have married somebody like that, all in the name of he takes care of me and all that, or he has promised never to do it again? For you to slap me on the highway, I've seen so many girls that their boyfriend will just slap on the road or in the car, and they will still continue to be with the guy, continue to roll with the guy. Ladies, please, we can do better. Please, we can. Honestly, we can. Then another point is that, does your partner, okay, I've stated the point that it does not allow you to spend time
Sorry,
with
please,
friends.
we have a lot of people raising their hands to contribute.
All right. So let me end with this. If you know that you feel scared of your partner, the way he behaves, then you constantly make excuses for your partner, please, it is time for you to run. And if you cannot run, then make that call. Speak out. That is what we should do. Speak out, make the call, speak to your pastor, speak to your parents. If you know that your pastors are preventing you from speaking out, or your parents are preventing you from speaking out, then speak to the public. Make a post about it, and by God's grace, you will be free and you will not end up in the grave. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your contribution. All right, Debbie, we'll be having you right now. Then once we have Debbie, we have the new speaker, Lolo. Lolo just joined us, and then we'll speak. So,
All right. Thank you, everyone. And thank you, Queen, for identifying signs of, domestic abuse and everything. And, the anecdotal evidence, people talking and saying, telling different stories. So I think the next step for this conversation is you need to make a plan, right? You need, if you've decided that you're going to leave, you need to make a plan. A lot of people stay in these domestic relationships because they don't know what the next step is. They might tell a friend and they might end up telling the wrong person. So once you've decided within you that you want to leave, you need to make a plan. So the first step is decide and plan where you will go if you have to leave home. Even if you don't think you need to, you need that. So this should be a safe place from which you can call for further assistance. So if that's a family member, a friend, someone you trust, right? Determine who will be able to let you stay with them or lend you some money. Some people are in domestic violence relationships where it's economic, right? So you need to find people that maybe they can lend you just some money, or they might be able to let you stay. You need to have a packed bag ready and keep it in a secret place that's easy to reach. So leave money in it, extra keys, clothes, what have you, copies of important documents, and make sure that bag is not at home. You leave it with someone you trust, leave it in your office, wherever, a safe place that is outside the home. If possible, open a savings account in your own name to start and establish or increase, some level of your independence, right? Also, have a crisis line open or a phone number that you can memorize. Some of these people, or some of these women, or even in some cases some men, have their phones seized, right? So they don't even have access to call people. So have a number that's memorized, an emergency number, or even a calling card that you can keep and load credits and have that. So at all times, an emergency phone call. So have that as well. Also, your browsing history, all of that, have that away or separate from what you have in the home. And also have a friend where you can use a code word, right? That gives a signal that you need help. So that could be something, that you and the person you trust, make up together. And once you say that word, that friend knows that I need to come and help my friend, or I need to take this person out of this environment. And also review this plan as often as possible in order to plan the safest way to exit. So a lot of the times, people who are suffering from domestic violence, they don't really know what to do. So that plan is really important. I think Queen touched on that a little bit. I'm not going to take too long of the time, but that's really what I just wanted to say, that if you're in this situation, you need to have a plan, review that plan. And these plans can, be a little modified if you have kids or anything. But if anything, once you've made up your mind to leave, have a solid plan and know that, you're leaving to a safe space. Thank you.
thank you so much. Thank you so much, Debbie, for your contribution. And also to Queen. Queen said a lot of things. I don't think we need to ignore the fact that she made valid points. A lot of things Queen mentioned, most of us would not even realize that that is even emotional abuse. And she also emphasized the fact that DV does not mean abuse does not really mean that it has to be physical. Abuse can be emotional. It can even be financial. It could be anything. So these are some of the signs that we all need to, notice, and also see how we can, get ourselves out of it if these things are being repeated. All right. So Ola, you have the space right now. You can speak.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Debbie. Thank you, Queen. My little insight to this is more of a practical experience that happened with my would I call her my nanny or my housekeeper. So her name is Ifoma. Ifoma is a very hardworking girl, lovely. But her husband over the years used to abuse her. I was not aware when we employed her. She calls me up one Sunday from church, starts crying, screaming. Fortunately, the phone was on speaker. So my wife was like, what's happening? What's happening? He said, he's killing me or he's killing me. So we rushed down from church, went to the office. She came with her kids. Now, this is where the twist. She's a Christian. The church, I'm sorry to say, I'll be very specific. It's a deeper life Christian church, which is very conservative. The church was aware that over the years, Ifeoma has been abused. I was not even aware. I brought the question up because I got her through my parents that Ifeoma is in abuse. They said that they've tried to do a couple of things, spoken to the husband. So I said, okay, let me bring up this thing. Let me take it a step further. I called people that I felt were in the church, tried to talk to them that this girl, they will kill her one day. They were dilly-dallying. They were not straightforward. So I called another senior friend. See, this is what's happening to my girl. Oh, help me. Oh. I called a couple of NGOs to see how could we do it. Now, this is where the twist in, but because I became upset. I now called him for myself. You know what? I'll pay your salary. I'll pay you extra. Get accommodation. You have 3 kids. If you die, nobody will take care of your kids. I thought I was doing for my good. I was doing something good because I mean my wife was aware about everything. At the end of the day, Ifeoma said the church said she should go back to her husband's house. She turned down all my counsel, my advice about the fact that now February, Ifeoma wakes up and tells me that, sir, I'm going back to the village with my husband. A week into the village, Ifeoma calls me and says she needs money. I could see that there was already tension. Meanwhile, all this while, the way I pay Ifeoma over 50,000, which I know was way, way ahead. But I did it because I felt I saw her as a single mother supporting 3 kids. Now, with all these things that you'd say, okay, do something well. Do you know Ifeoma still went back to the village? She still went back to this. So at times when people talk about helping ladies in domestic violence, you actually wonder what do some of them really need? Because one, the church didn't help, so I was disappointed. Everybody knew she was she was a victim of domestic violence. I didn't see any help coming. And those of us that said, okay, let's go the extra, the person you want to help herself seems to be oblivious. So I mean, this domestic violence is a twist that we should think about what the person wants. 1, 2, when we're talking about domestic violence, I've heard all the other speakers. I think people that, from my own experience, people that suffer from domestic violence are not really those that use internet. That suffer of domestic violence are on the streets. Those that sell granite and everything. So I think we should go a step further beyond just blah. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Ola. And I think when you said your last statement, I really do not agree with it. I don't know what any other person thinks, because I feel that DV doesn't look at anybody's status or gender or where you stay. If you stay in the urban area or you stay in the rural area, even stay in the village or anything, it happens anywhere, anyhow. It doesn't really have to be because it's maybe because some people are based in the rural areas or anything like that. So and right now, it's the solution. I think one of the speakers who spoke earlier talked about, I think it was Jackie's, he mentioned something. He said this thing will keep going on because he said something about, it said something around that, and the other speakers who spoke to also shared signs that people would see, signs that people would notice that you might not really think that it is something. And if it keeps on going, that is when you need to make a decision. You to make a decision on when to leave, or where you want to stay, or you want to seek counsel, or you want to see a therapist. But in all things, thank you so much for your contribution, Mr. Ola. All right, so I'll be taking Dr. Cleve. After Dr. Cleve, the Nigerian desk, and then Julie can speak. Thank you.
Okay, good evening, everybody. Thank you so much for this. I listening to everyone speak. It's really very disheartening to that this happened. To someone that you would have expected. Something else, another outcome, something. You just when I heard that she died yesterday, I think there was this rumor of cancer. I'm a medical doctor, so oh man, it really hurts. Like, and this afternoon, I'm hearing that it's domestic violence, and it's even more annoying and being very, vexing to hear that someone died of domestic violence. I think what everybody really said, Dr. Debbie, what she said, really was very explicit. You need to have a plan. It's very important. You need to have a plan. And as much as having a plan, I think one thing we need to empower women. I might just be a little skewed to women now because the case in point is a woman. Of course, domestic violence can affect both the man, can affect any gender, but very specific now for women. Because I think I usually would say I've seen a lot in my medical practice, and I know women have had it very bad over the years. Yes, there are men that are abused by their wives, by their wives. But I still think that more women are affected by this, and we need to find a way to empower women. Empowering women, first things first. A woman, you need to see the signs even before you become official with somebody, with a man. You need to see the signs. Even when you get official with a man, you need to see this. You need to look carefully. How is he reacting to situations? How is he reacting to people around him? What are the salient cues you can get about him? Because sometimes violence, like the other speakers have said, is not only physical. They could be very emotional. Does it talk to you? Does it make you look seem lesser than who you are? Does he try to make your opinions seem like something stupid? It doesn't take advice from you. Is he aggressive? Is he all those type of things? Does he withhold kindness from you? Does he withhold civility from you when he's angry, or even when you do things out of his own way? You need to study those cues and immediately take the next exit out of that relationship, whether you're married or not. I was speaking to a friend, a lawyer friend, and he was saying something that one thing we are very, very particular about is we always say let's divorce immediately. I'm totally for it, but I keep saying even before you get to divorce, because divorce takes a long process in justice, in the legal system. Even before you get to the point where you want to divorce, immediately you are seeing yourself threatened. Immediately you see yourself, you're not safe, you don't trust this person again. Please leave that area, leave, separate. Like what Debbie said, have a plan to just get out and stay somewhere. And not the culture we have. Culturally, we are always a pro family, keep the family together at whatever cost. But I think we've had too much losses over the years to always want to keep the sanctity of marriage and keep the marriage together, even when we see that somebody's life is going to go down the line. I think at this point now we need to, and it's really sad, especially the church right now. I'm in the church. I'm a minister of the gospel, and I know how it's also very hard when I hear fellow pastors, ministers encourage people to stay in marriages. It's disheartening because it's life is not replaceable. Once someone loses his or her life, the person's gone, and the person leaves, maybe children, leaves dependents that they don't even have source of livelihood. They can't even survive without you. So I think at this point now we need to call the church. We need to call the church out. now when I'm in the church, every denomination, we need to, the church needs to take a very huge and very progressive stance on domestic violence. We can't allow people, and because you see that most of the time a lot of pastors project their own shortcomings, because a lot, to be frank with you, some men of God are also culprits of all this domestic violence. So because the way they can twist the Bible to make women make their partners be subjugated, it's what they also will preach to their congregants. So I think at this point we need to call the church out. If there's any problem, churches should not under the guise of God hates divorce. No, we should not keep people in marriages that isn't working. First of all, let's make sure that people are getting married on the right reasons, with the right reasons. But at the same time, if someone gets into a marriage, if he or she didn't see the signs, or she was oblivious, or he was oblivious to the signs, and eventually gets married, and you see that violence in its raw acts, please, we should encourage people to separate. Even if you want to reconcile, you can reconcile when you are separated, not when your life is threatened. So that's very important. So I'm leaving us with just two things. First things first, we should be able to recognize signs of violence even before it becomes full blown. And also, we need to make it conducive for people to leave immediately. We need to, make it very conducive. Follow the rules and the guideline that and Dr. Debbie already gave. You must have a plan. You must just leave to get your life together. Then after that, you can, if you want to settle it together, all well and good. But it's very important that you leave. We must choose life. We should make the society conducive enough for people to talk out, to express when they are threatened, when they are being when they are being recipients of violence on so many levels. We need to make the society, and all this stigma of divorce. We need to reorientate the society, so that when people leave, for whatsoever reasons they leave, let them leave. They have the right to leave. They have the right to leave any marriage, have a right to leave any relationship. So we need to get to the point where people are not stigmatizing, because I think one of the very important things is that a lot of people there's this stigma with divorce. So that's why a lot of people don't want to. They prefer to endure to death. But if you make it very conducive enough, where people can leave marriages, leave relationship, and they don't feel any form of they don't feel that the society looks down, or looks at them with any funny eye, I'm sure people will do that. When they are empowered, they would leave, and make sure they choose life. The most important thing is that we need to tell women, empower women to choose life. You must leave at whatever cost it will take. You must leave. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Cleve. Choose life, choose you. Thank you so much for your contribution. All right, so we'll be having Abuja. And Nigerian desk, please take the space. Thank you. Please, can we have Nigerian desk speak? If you can hear us, please, can you just take the space? Thank you.
Hello, good evening, everyone.
Yes, good evening.
It's actually Nigerian Digest.
Okay, nice. Oh, sorry, Andy. All right then.
Well, I think I've heard a whole lot today. Let me start by saying that the narrative, we just have to find a way around it, because I'll start by saying my parents are over 40 years in marriage. Growing up to date, I've never seen my dad, even this kind of joke that you just say, oh, let me hit you, and just say, it's a joke. No, I didn't grow up seeing my dad do that to my mom, not even by mistake. Even, I don't say they don't fight, but they have a way of settling their issues. Sometimes you just see them maybe around 2 a.m., 3 a.m. And even us, if there's any issue in the house, that's the time my dad will wake you up, and then he will talk to you. Like, I see a whole lot. And then the church now, presently, I've seen situations where you would take your case to the church, and instead of the leaders will come together and say, okay, let's see how we can find a solution to it, you become the subject matter for the next topic. People are going through emotional, people are being traumatized just because of they're trying to express themselves. People are being made to feel bad because they are trying to speak out. Like, you rather keep the whole issue to yourself than to speak out. And beyond the church, even the society, the environment, even look at, for instance, a lot of people are encouraging. From the topic here, we can see that people are suggesting, okay, you have this issue, then go for divorce. Even the divorce cases, some cases will linger for years before you find a way out. The legal system is not even helping. I was at the police station where I went to sign a shorty for a friend who had an accident, and the woman came in. She was crying because the husband, I think, I don't know what happened. The funny part of it was the policemen did not say anything. It was a female police woman that were making they were making this woman feel like she was just stupid. I'm sorry to use that word. They made her look like the words that were coming out of them. Like, I was looking like, these are mothers that would call this woman and say, what is the problem? Like, take up this case and make sure this guy is well dealt with. But they made the woman, she walked out of that police station crying. I mean, this is the police where you should go and tell, at least the first place you should just go and report your case. What exactly are we saying? The narrative, I don't know if it's information, I don't know if it's technology, but the whole thing is falling out of place. Like, people are no longer, I don't know, people don't, maybe I would say people are finding difficult to understand the essence of marriage or the essence of relationship, or some people are not just informed. I'm just trying to like, what is happening, because I've not really been myself since yesterday. Like, what just happened? And it's, I don't know. I'm being very I don't really like going to like the biblical part of it, but I think it's time where beyond the church, can I find somebody that I can trust? Can I look up to somebody that I can say, this is my mentor? Like, I come to you and I tell you things in covenant, like, this is my issue, and then you keep it to yourself and counsel me in a way and pray with me, and then maybe advise me in a way that I can take actions. But you discuss your issue today, and then the next thing, people that you're not even expecting to hear about what happened to you just start hearing different things, and then the way they say it is completely different from the way you actually said it. There's even one now that I know. This lady, she has 5 kids, 5 girls, and this guy, very responsible guy. Like, he's not just responsible, and all that he does is just to come in, pregnant the lady, and move. And he claims he's into this movie stuff. And this lady, I have spoken to her a lot of times. And she said, I know she's an Igbo girl, where she's coming from. The husband, they need a son. And then you keep giving birth to and this guy is not responding. Right now, do you know this woman gave birth in the hospital for 2 months? This guy never went there to you go and said hi. Like, I went to the social center, that's Women Development Center in Abuja. I was like, is there a way out? And the truth is, by the time you start, they're referring you from here to here, you just give up. Like, you get tired and you can't just do anything. I think the system needs to a whole, I don't know how will I put it, overhauling the legal system, because if there are punishments for this, I mean, those days when you commit a crime in the church, they'll bring you out in front of the church. Like, those things can actually make you, when you're trying to take some decisions, you start with, like, your brain will reset. But now you see, maybe the person is one person that is giving the highest money in the church, and they'll just find a way around it, or maybe he's not even making contributions, and then the whole thing is just looking for. I think we need to look into our system.
Hmm.
We need to find a way to change the narrative, because we have young people growing and young people are coming up.
Yeah.
What example are we leaving behind?
Hmm.
What stories are we telling? Are we telling the positive stories? And they are seeing these things. They are people, children nowadays are smarter than anything. They are smarter than even the technologies that we're using. These guys are sensitive. These guys are very smart. These guys are intelligent. So we need to be very intentional in our actions. And I like the fact that we're coming together talking about this. People are sharing their advices, people are raising their opinions, people are making suggestions, people are giving advice. But the truth is, we need to go be. I mean, this is one way. Of course, this is good because I've learned a whole lot today. I've learned a whole lot today. And this is just on both sides. But what is the way out? Where do we go from here? The church, the society, the leaders, the community leaders, the police, the courts, the everybody, all hands must be on deck. So I pray for a better society. I pray for a better
Mm.
life. Well, thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your contribution. We obviously learned a lot from what you said, and we also hope that for those who are also listening, they're also getting one or two from this conversation. All right. So right now we have Dr. Ola Brown speak. So once Dr. Brown is done, then we have Inibe speak. Thank you very much.
It's not Dr. Ola Brown, actually. I just use that picture as my display profile. It's not Dr. Ola Brown. Hello, good evening. I don't know if you can hear me. I just explained
Yes,
that it's not Ola.
yes, we can hear you. We can we can hear you, but that was
So
really misleading.
sorry for the mix-up. It's my name is NK. My name is NK. Financial market trader and the founder of the Palm Academy. So Dr. Ola Brown is a mentor. So I just used her picture as my Twitter DP. So I think I don't have a contribution per se, but I just want to speak out of personal experience. I'm still a young child, just growing, and the topic of domestic violence is quite triggering and traumatizing to me because I grew in it and I still live in it. So basically, I think I want to raise this question for a couple because I think growing up, I learned that we don't just up and analyze or judge a case. We have to check out the background of people, their exposure, their education level, and also religion, because I mean, religion really affects and influences a lot of people. So I want to raise this question going down to the rural areas and going down because if you look at society, if you look at the way things were way back, right, you would agree with me that it was sort of very normal for women to be in these kind of things and just keep quiet and all of that, especially in some Nigerian societies and stuff like that. Well, the emergence of the internet just brought a certain level of freedom to women, gave them a voice and all of that. And people got educated and they got to know that no one deserves to be treated in a certain way. My voice is even cracking because this is quite very triggering. So I want to ask, right, how do we sensitize certain people, or how do we help other people who are headlong in abusive marriages, in domestic abuse, in domestic violence and all of that? Because if you go to the rural area, like, people are dying every day because of stuff like this. I personally grew in a family where such things happened, and like Nigeria Digest said, maybe because this man is giving the highest amount of money in church, the church will just keep quiet about it. Maybe because this man is a leader in church, he holds a title, the church will just keep quiet and stuff like that. So if we have these kind of cases, if we have these kind of scenarios, how do we give these people a voice? How do we even tell these people that this kind of thing is not supposed to happen to you? Because I don't think I personally would know that this kind of thing is not supposed to happen if I didn't take myself out of the environment, if I didn't come out to maybe expose myself, mingle with different persons, listen to spaces like this and programs and stuff. So the people who don't have the opportunity like I have now, to come out, to learn better things and stuff like that, how do we help them?
Okay,
Because we are
so if there's anyone who wants to answer a question, just let me know. If you raise, you can, so by just raising your hand, and then we can answer NK's question. All right. So can we have Inibe speak? If Inibe is ready, then Naomi will follow, and then Julie. Thank you.
Thank you for putting this together. I didn't know Osinachi in person, but on account of a very profound ministration, and gift as a gospel artist, I became very much interested in her career and, of course, her music. So when this very tragic news broke last night, I was I felt very, very depressed because this is somebody whose music I can relate to personally, somebody whose music I connect to. So this is really an unfortunate development. But then, beyond apportioning blame, which is very necessary, because for me, I have read conflicting reports on the possible cause of death. I am hoping that within time, we'll have some clarity. First, I understand this woman was a member of Dunamis Church and even a chorister in the church. So at a minimum, we expect that the church should put out a statement stating what they know about the news that is flying around. They owe that to the Christian community, and of course, they owe that to some of us who had interest in this person, because I don't think her gift or we identified with her simply because of her family. She had become basically an ambassador within the Christian community. So let Dunamis also come out to talk on this. Because what is the whole point? What is the point of going to a church, of identifying with the denomination, if that denomination cannot take responsibility for personal crisis their members are confronting? Is it that they didn't know about this, or they were tolerant of this abuse, supposing it is eventually proven that this was clearly death arising from domestic violence? Or is it that they had made efforts to resolve it and it was unsuccessful? Or is it that the victim had sought privacy and asked the church not to intervene? So I believe that the church where she worshipped should speak about this. I've also read where some people are saying online, oh, they knew we had counseled her, she sought privacy and all that. But come on, give us a break. If they knew that there was a possibility that this could happen, or that the situation had deteriorated to this point, one person should have done more than just giving counsel, more than just offering prayer. Even if it's not in our own interest, in the public interest, in the interest of Christianity. How come that nobody that was close to her was proactive enough to do something forceful to save this woman's life, to ensure that this did not happen? So I also see this as a failure of friendship. I see this as a failure of solidarity. And this is why people have to speak up about this matter. Now, if I have a few time, I would like to also speak briefly about the legal dimension to this. Of course, as a lawyer who handles a couple of divorce matters, including the ones relating to domestic abuse and all that, I understand the intricacies of cases of this nature. Sometimes the victims could be very hesitant to pursue dissolution in courts, and of course, with the attendant, technicalities, delay, and all that. But eventually, we must realize that there is what we call condonation in matrimonial proceedings. That is where the respondent has condoned the abuse of the petitioner. That can also work against the petitioner in the event that the divorce proceedings is commenced. So this is me also speaking to those who are listening, that you don't condone abuse, domestic abuse. Because when you do, and you file a petition, if there is evidence of condonation that you had condoned this conduct, then that may negate whatever effort you are making to have the marriage dissolved. And of course, people should not be afraid. I don't know why people become sentimental when divorce is raised. I do not understand, because I've seen cases, some of which I'm personally handling, where the marriages that are less than a year, people go to court to seek leave to even file petition. Marriages of just 2 years on grounds that have nothing to even do with domestic abuse. So I don't understand why there should be evidence of spousal abuse and yet people don't even find the need to file for judicial separation. That is if you are not even considering the solution. Under the Matrimonial Causes Act, you can't file for judicial separation for the courts to make why people become sentimental. So in essence, I am just saying that under the Causes Act, there is a ground for seeking divorce, and that is where the marriage has broken down irretrievably. And of course, behave in a manner that the petitioner cannot reasonably be expected with the respondent. And that includes rape, that includes spousal abuse, that includes even drunkenness. So I don't understand. These are things that people should be aware of. And in Abuja, where this woman was staying, we have the Violence Against the Persons Prohibition Act that is applicable to the FCT that was passed in 2015, which has criminalized spousal assault and have even recognized spousal rape. So there are laws. The issue is not paucity or unavailability of laws. The issue is people becoming sentimental when they have to seek redress through the legal process. The system is not perfect. Some commentators have said that, I agree, but then there is still a process. There is still a process. Supposing a lawyer was even involved in this, supposing she had spoken with a lawyer, I don't know what really happened. But I'm saying that even if she had, because I've had women who call me and say, look, I am going through so and so, and all I need to do is just a phone call to the husband. If you touch this woman again, I'll deal with you. The law will take its course. You can have a lawyer right, even if you don't want to go to court. That is also putting the person on notice that what he's doing is known to a third party. So you can have a bad relationship, but once violence is involved, get a third party involved, not just for the purpose of seeking counsel, but for the purpose of taking action. So I really feel horrible that this has happened. I feel bad for our family, and I hope that the truth is going to come out. That if really this was a case of domestic abuse, I don't know whether the matter has even been incidented. There is very little information out there, which is why I am hoping that anybody who is close to this family, anybody who is close to this woman, should take steps to ensure that this matter is pursued. Because at the end of the day, it boils down to evidence. It boils down to evidence. There are more people who have committed murder and have gotten away with it because of lack of evidence, because of lack of diligent investigation, because nobody has even gone to incident the matter. We have an irresponsible policing system in this country. So except this matter is pursued and the evidence is properly harnessed and collected, we might just be dissipating our energy talking. So what I'm saying in summary is, do not be scared as the lady, as the woman, to activate the judicial process to protect yourself. You can get a restraining order at a minimum. You can do that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your contribution, Ini. And I'm sure most of us most of us that are listening we've also taken notes on what we need to do and how we can go about it. So right now I'll be taking Naomi. Once Naomi is done, Abuja can go on, and then Dr. Cliff. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kinebe. Thank you, OSG. So Kinebe already made some of the things I wanted to share a bit easier, because it was sharing legal perspective that I want to feed off from. So the first thing, since we are talking in the context of domestic violence in Christian relationships, and there's no way we can discuss Christian relationships, especially marriages, without talking about the church, I would like to talk about something called clergy malpractice. So there's a duty of care that is expected of me as a lawyer. There's a duty of care that is expected of an accountant, a doctor, and all that. There is also a need to begin to push for a duty of care protocol for people in the clergy, so that they know that there are consequences when matters are brought to them in their professional capacity as pastors, elders, marriage counselors, especially where violence, physical violence, sexual violence, financial and economic violence is involved. when those matters are brought to them, they know that the way they administer or adjudicate the matter and where they send those people to and how they report those incidents will come back to bite them or to vindicate them. So, if, for example, the presiding pastor of this late sister Osinachi that passed away now had heard about it, and he had told them something like, "Oh, keep praying. Oh, you know you're a minister. How will it look if you do this?" I'm just assuming. I don't know if that is a true statement because I've heard from other people that Pastor Njenje is very vocal about separation if you are having violent situations on the home front. Or let's say he didn't do this, or he didn't do this firmly and clearly, or he didn't take pain to say, you know what, take a picture, go to the police station, or if they're, for example, in the states where they reside, they have something like DSVRT that can at least issue a letter and send them to a family support unit in a police station that supports domestic violence or the survivors of domestic violence. It will come back to bite them, and you know they can actually be charged to court as being accessories to murder or to someone who was killed. So once pastors and people in position of authority like marriage counselors and all that know that this can harm them, like as a lawyer, I can lose my license if I do some malpractice. So if you know that as a pastor, this will happen to you. All we need is one or two examples of people who will see it through in our judicial system. People will begin to be careful the kind of advices they give to men and women who are going through domestic violence issues in their own front. It is because we let these things go and we leave it to God to fight for us that pastors keep giving advices or keep telling people. I mean, as a lawyer, I've had many experiences, not in the tens. I'm talking tens of hundreds of pastors, people in the clergy who will be begging me and turning me to a bad person because I'm advocating for a woman who is being maltreated or being beaten or whose children has been forcefully taken. And there are evidences of it on threads that are made on Twitter. That is one part. Then two, who you talk to when you are going through domestic violence situation is really important. If you talk to someone who is equally going through it and does not have information or have a solution, you are probably just giving the person gist. And that is why you hear things like, oh, I don't want to talk to people because they will just spread my gist. Who you talk to, who you seek counsel from, and how you plan your exit from that situation is very incredibly important. A lot of people are not even aware of the resources available. I know that legal processes are expensive. Yes, Nebe was saying something about getting a lawyer, activating the judicial process. But I can tell you for free that it is very expensive for you to be the one to initiate a divorce. Many women do not even have the economic capacity. And I apologize if it looks like I'm talking a lot about women. I work on the side of women most times. I am pro-women because they are the ones that I see who are more victims of these things. And the next thing is knowing who to go to. Like, for example, in Lagos State, for example, there is domestic violence response team, DSVRT. And you can't just go to any police station to report it because not all the women or male police officers are trained to provide support, help to victims of domestic violence. I have personally witnessed a female police officer telling a woman who was kicked out of the house and beaten to go and apologize to that man. I stood up against her and she was asking me, are you sure you're happily married? I said, yes, I am. But that does not mean I won't support or help this woman. So you need to go to the right place, report to the right people, have the right people providing support to you as a survivor. And that is why I will keep advocating for people to give to cousins or people who have safe houses where women can go to. The government can build safe houses. A lot of NGOs are doing it, but they need support for them to continue this work because it's very risky work. Advocacy is thankless work. And in planning your exit, the first step is getting out of that place and looking for a safe space. But we must also understand that there's a psychological part to this thing when you are constantly being beaten, talked down on, or when privileges like money and stuff are withdrawn from you whenever the spouse is unhappy with you. So while it's easy to say things like leave or activate the judicial process, you're forgetting that there's a cultural part, there's a social part, and then there's a psychological part. So that's why we provide counseling and therapy for some of these women. I know DSVRT does it. They'll put them in a safe house, and some of these women are starting from scratch because they lose everything. So when we are looking at the reason why people continue to stay in abusive marriages, we must look at it holistically. What are the reasons? What are the causes? How can we mitigate those causes? How can we destigmatize these things? For example, the church too needs to stop saying things like, you're not a virtuous woman if you are divorced, or if you are separated, or if you can't stay in your marriage.
the moment those things are said, you need to stand up as people against it. Somebody shared here earlier how in a church on Women's Day, he said if you are a divorced woman, you are not one of the people they are talking about. These are the issues and these are the reasons why people are staying. So it doesn't make sense to go and meet someone who already has that mindset and tell them my husband is beating me. What do I do? So getting information. So the least you can do as someone who knows a woman who is in a bad situation is bombarding them with information, maybe paying for therapy, opening their eyes and saying, you know what, look at this link, look at this story, look at that person. Do you want to talk to this person? And you have to do it quietly and codedly, because the most critical time for a woman in a domestic violence situation is the moment she makes up her mind to leave. It becomes dangerous. Her life is threatened. They can threaten to take her child. They can begin to want to beat her. They can kill her. They can, turn her neck around. And so many things can happen. So it's like dying minutes. So in doing this work, we must understand the parameters so that we can provide those solutions step by step, either as a community or as individuals or as organizations. So because I realize that we're talking about solutions now. So there's a part of the church where they need to destigmatize divorces, separation, and all these things. There's also the part where the church needs to know that they have a duty of care and a responsibility to provide advice that is appropriate and report incidents of violence to their appropriate quarters. They must escalate it. If they are not escalating it, means they are complicit. And the moment we begin to hold them accountable and hold them responsible, we will see a drop in domestic violence because we're a very religious society. And there's also the part of talking to the right people, approaching the right organization, and getting the adequate support when a woman or a man, whatever it is, decides to exit a domestic violence situation. So who you talk to is really important. Where you get advice from, they must be trained, they must know what they are doing. And then we as people, everybody listening here, please, I'm begging everybody, put your money where your mouth is. If you are saying you are against domestic violence, please support organizations that help women and provide safe space to them. I can mention a few. Please bombard those people with information, the right information. It's not easy for them to just make up their mind, especially when they are married and they are children. It's not easy for them to just up and leave. The least you can do is at least tell them, whisper into their ears, you can go to this place. Do you need me to give you money? Or even open your house or homes to them. Many people will say, oh, leave. Are you willing to open your home to a relative that is even escaping an abusive husband? Is it not that most of us tell them, go back and manage it, go and be praying to God? So those are the ways I believe that we can provide help and support to people going through this thing to avoid needless and unnecessary deaths. So that's my contribution.
Right. Thank you so much, Naomi, for your contribution. Abuja, please, you can take the space right now.
Okay, good evening. Thank you so much for giving me the mic. Okay, I used to work in an organization that deals with women's rights issues, issues of violence and the likes. So I've seen a couple of experiences where some women just opt out of the case and they say, oh, we're not ready to continue with the case again. We want to opt out. Our family members appealed to us. Like there was this case that we actually saw in the office that this lady came in. She was almost even blind. Like her husband had beaten her. She just had like one eyes, a bit. It was seeing a bit. The other one was partially blind. And everybody were really, really, really like angry that, oh, we must see to the end of this case and all of that. All of a sudden, like I think a week later, she said her husband and the church appealed that she should just forgive and forget and move on. This is someone that needed an urgent surgery because of abuse. So, like you see cases where people actually, victims actually, survivors actually say, oh, we're not ready to continue with this matter again. We want to just resolve everything family-wise. But my question is, where does CAN come into place? Because why is CAN? Are they not the body holding all churches accountable? The whole the body actually, they're actually the one. So why do we have CAN? CANs can actually come in to put in maybe one or two things that churches need. If you hear of your member being abused, what can you do? What will you do? I think a lot of even these pastors are not even aware of what abuses can actually do, the extent to which it can actually go, because I don't even understand, because it's actually disheartening to actually see these things, because abuse is far much more bigger, because people really think abuse is just me and you, when I actually go through abuse. It's just me and you. No, abuse is abuse. It's actually like an abuse too on the state. It's a crime against the state. So if agencies like the police should actually take it up, and they should actually take it a lot more serious, because when cases sometimes are reported to police, the police just takes it with levity that, oh, we have more pressing issues than this. But it's actually a crime. It's a problem. It's a menace, because how can lives actually be cut short just because they've actually gone through abuse? Like, it should be seen as a crime. We should actually see it as an abomination. That if we hear our neighbor screaming, we should actually check to see, oh, this person has been abused. What can I do? You mustn't step in, but try to call the police first of all, because even when you report.
Okay, so I think that's the network issue.
Hello?
Okay, yes, we can hear you now.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you now. We can
Hello?
speak, please. We can hear you. Okay, I think that's a network issue. All right, so can Wuche speak now? Once Wuche is done, then we can have Julie. Thank you.
Hi, thank you, Tosin. So for me, right, it's such a sad story, but I think we now need to move past from what happened and now really work hard in empowering our young girls, empower our adolescents, teaching them how to cater for themselves in the future. Yes, Osinachi had a great voice. She made money, but for whatever reason, the church failed her. I think her family failed her because for for her husband to constantly be abusing her, and nobody, not necessarily pushed her to leave, because I'm sure maybe her family told her to leave, but maybe for the love of God, for the love of the church, for the love of religion, her husband, she kept on praying about it and thinking he would change. So it's really to do a mind shift with the young girls of the next generation, to empower them to be stronger, to be strong-willed, and they should also understand where they should spaces that, like, I know the previous speaker talked about spaces that people can go. Are people willing to open their homes to let people in to give them refuge? Such even if I didn't even know such places existed, right? So such information is not even out there. I know you mentioned about Lagos State, and mentioned about Abuja. I didn't even know such spaces were provided. So things like that, spaces like that needs to be more publicized. The church needs to also be held accountable. We haven't heard from Can, like she said. We haven't heard from her church. We haven't. I mean, for the fact that even in the beginning they said that she had cancer, and now the truth has come out. So were they trying to hide what happened? Or, I mean, I don't know. But for me, I think we should actively be involved in the lives of the younger kids, the younger girls we have in our life. We should encourage them. We should educate them. They should be empowered to take care of themselves, to know what is right, what is wrong. When they should be able to detect a red flag when they see it, because unfortunately a lot of people, even as we speak, maybe even in this room, might be going through one sort of emotional or physical abuse, but we're not able to detect it, maybe because of love, maybe because we're not empowered enough. But I just think that we as women, we need to work harder to basically empower the young girls in our life, to teach them about things like this. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Wuche, for your contribution. All right, Julie, please take the
Okay, let
stage.
me mention why the places where our safe spaces are not publicized. It is mostly for safety reasons. So imagine me knowing where a man who is abusive, really violent, or maybe has a gun or has the means, knows where a woman is hiding. What do you think he will do? He will go there, maybe cause chaos and expose other women and all those things. So that's why I said who you talk to, who you seek help from, and the kind of information you're exposed to is very important. It's a very critical moment when a person decides to leave a very violent situation or even mildly violent situation. So that's why this information is not like mainstream or out there. But when you're looking for it and you're looking in the right places or with the right people, you will find those information. And it's readily available. I can guarantee you that.
All right, thank you, Naomi, for that. Julie, please take the space. Then once we have Julie, we have Adechef. Thank you.
I mean this. Okay. Hello, greetings, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for the meeting that is being organized as well. I told myself something many years ago, and I think that's what people should tell themselves, that no one is a marriage mature. No one was sent as a marital sacrificial lamb. And the death of a woman or a man, a husband or a wife is not an offering to God. We need to get to that point where we know, we believe, and act these things. That's on one part. Then the other one is, sometimes for those in the help industry, we find it difficult to help people. We have learned to ask this question whenever we get a call to rescue someone or to come to someone's aid who is currently or who is undergoing any form of domestic abuse. We have learned to ask the question, does this person want to be helped? Because we have gone to a point where I got a call one night and I was ready and willing to drive out around 10 p.m. I just wanted to get the go ahead. Julie, come. I am ready to step out of the house so you can pick me. I was just waiting with the car keys, but that call didn't come. And I don't know what happened to her. It's not someone that I even knew, but on our group, someone just called and we're going to move. So we have learned to ask that question. Does this person really want to be helped? Then there is another woman also who cried. I didn't know she was going through abuse. It was my mom that called me. And then I saw the woman. I was like, I never even knew that she's going through all of this. I didn't ask my mom the same thing. I said, is this the first time? No, she can't even count how many times. I said, Mommy, I'm not sure she's ready to be helped. I'm not sure that she's ready to be helped. And then I saw her, I asked her the same question. She said, yes. I said, no, go away, think over it. When you are ready to take actions against him, then you come back and let us know. Till date, as in I saw both of them together. They actually came to visit my mom again and they're doing just fine. I don't know what next is going to happen. So I understand that there are so many people who find it difficult, especially when they find it difficult to live when they do not have that financial power, economic muscle. So here is the thing. For anyone currently in a relationship and there are signs of abuse, and you have that thing of being, you are now in a state of learned helplessness where you think that this is the best thing that could ever happen to you, and you want to give your spouse room to change and all of that. If you find yourself in that situation, just know that you need to have 1-2 people that you will give the mandate that even when I am not reasoning as I should towards my safety, I give you the permission to yank me off. If you have to sign, because it's usually not an easy decision to make, to walk away from a relationship, especially if it's been for long. 1, 2, if you have received, if your self-esteem has been battered, you would feel that man, that woman is the best thing that ever happened to you, and you would think that life outside of that person is non-existent. But you need to, at this point, have 2-3 friends, 2-3 people that you will give the mandate that even when I tell you no, I don't want to die in this relationship, I give you the permission to yank me off. Then, if we find ourselves in churches, there was a question that was asked, and I was waiting to be given the opportunity, so I could also make contributions to that question, that what can be done. So in a church, we take up self-help programs to schools, to churches. I am the family bond nurse. Part of my responsibility, part of my work is to design programs that strengthen family relationship. And I start from the schools. I start from little children. So we take programs to schools. Schools have a lot. They have ballet and every other activity, but little time for the things that matter the most. So if you're a parent here or you're a relative and you have your nieces, your children in schools, please be present at PTA meeting and make a demand of the association. What programs are you doing to help our children become emotionally stable, responsible adults? And when they grow up, they get married, they also are responsible spouses and citizens in the society. Let's take it. I am a product of a broken home. We saw domestic violence happen. My mom didn't even know that we witnessed some of these things, and those things shaped me. I took a decision. I said, even if it's a shove, way before I knew who I was going to get married to, I said, even if it's a shove, there are two things that are likely to happen. It's either I follow back with a shove, and I know that those days they really will not expect that a woman will want to hit back or something, so it will probably come to him as a shock. I said, it's either I follow back, and I follow back with whatever was meted to me, and I follow swiftly with a warning, you try it again, you will be shocked at what will happen, and then we'll leave it there. Second option, you raise your finger at me. I'm not talking about a blow or anything. This was the decision I took before I got married. You raise a finger at me, I'm going to just quietly leave. And I told myself, Julie, if you have plans of leaving, it means you need to be economically empowered. This brings me to the other suggestion. Women, let's help women. Men, let's help women. Let's see how much we can do. And men, let's help ourselves. Let's put ourselves in that position of being accountable to one another. I'm talking about practical solutions here. I'm currently working with a friend who called me. The first time she called, it wasn't so strong. She said she was going through a whole lot. These are people that went through IVF, went through all of the trouble. And in the course of trying to have a child, for the first time, she told me her husband raised a hand on her. And they're kind of, okay, so what do you want to do and all that? She went on. They had their children. So violence entered inside, emotional abuse, a lot of things. And then she called me a few days ago and then said, Julie, I'm right now in my office. I can't even think. All I am thinking is how to either poison his food or stab him. That's when I knew that this is where we need to speak. We're not in the same state. But I told her, call our friend, mutual friend that's in the same state, and speak to her. And then she did eventually. That gave me an idea that she was ready to access help. Then my friend called me. We have already started planning. So I told her, first thing first, you move from that place. Are you ready to move? She said yes. So we're trying to arrange for where she's going to go to. She wanted to take some decision. I said, hold on, just take yourself away from the danger so that you can think clearly on what next to do. I think I expected that Khan would have done something, or they should have done something before now. Then I asked myself the question, what gives us the assurance that the president of Khan isn't also causing harm to the member of his family? We never can tell. It's not written on the face. How many people are there to speak for the cause of those that are being abused in homes today? Check every home. Celebrities will come out and smile, but they know what they are going through. People will come out to the street. They know what they are going through. They mask what they go through with the makeup that they wear. And no matter how much makeup we wear, we cannot hide it because somehow close friends will peek. So here is the thing. For those who are listening, and for those listening that can talk to other people, ask them to have accountability partners. That even when it looks as if I am not reasoning right, I know I do not want to die in this marriage. I want to live, and for my children as well. I give you the mandate. I authorize you to take me out from a situation that is dangerous to my life and that of my children, for those who have children. And then let us look to the churches. Let's demand accountability and responsibility from the churches. Let's ask for churches that are having, what programs are they having to enhance relationships? Let's ask the schools as well. Let's start from now to groom the children, because the people that are meting out violence experienced it. They told themselves, we will never do this. I will never lay a finger on my wife. But alas, if you don't do something, a CD will play its full course until there's a pause or a stop to it. So if there's no deliberate act to put a stop to a tendency, it will play out. So our children are witnessing violence. Who knows what will happen tomorrow when they become adults? So let us infuse these programs into institutions of learning in any field. And that way, I believe that we'll be able to curb this in the long run. But I think we should just hold ourselves accountable, tell those that are experiencing violence that their life matter a lot, and then we are willing to go all the way to assist them. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Julie, for your contribution. You mentioned something very tangible here where you talked about accountability partners, and also someone who one can authorize to take a decision on one's behalf. So I would just want to ask Naomi if she has anything to add or to say to it from a professional view?
Having accountability partners help, for example. But we must not forget that deciding to leave an abusive marriage or abusive relationship is a very, very big decision. It's a loss of status, loss of access to maybe some economic stuff. Some women don't even have access to their passport. It is in the man's hand. So you can remove that woman physically from that situation. Or what happens to our children going to a certain school, removing you. So while it's okay to have an accountability man for safety reasons, it's important to work with that person, work on that person, and encourage them to the point where they're able to make that decision by themselves. Because ultimately, getting into that relationship was their decision, whether influenced by something or not. And getting out of it has to be their situation. Otherwise, they will be codependent on you. They'll become reliant on you. And don't forget that it's a long-term very big decision. I don't know how else to explain it, but yes, it's good to let people know and give people power to maybe at least remove you physically, put you in a safe house for a few minutes, give you a safe space to think and clear your head, maybe provide you shelter, money, or something to give you soft landing. But they can't make that decision for you to maybe file a restraining order, or maybe file for judicial separation, or maybe even make a report. As simple as making a report or making a phone call to DSBRT. There's a woman I'm working with, I was introduced to her 2 weeks ago. She has 4 children. The last 2 children she had, the man raped her. And she's really scared because she's afraid the man will take those children from her. Even though she has the physical means, she has money. She's afraid because there's a fear factor that this man has put on her over a period of 15 years. So you know what it means to be in an abusive relationship for 15 years back to back, where somebody is telling you you are worthless, you are useless. How do you physically remove that kind of person? How do you physically tell that person I'm your accountability partner, so go away, don't stay there anymore? It's not as simple as easy. Yes, it will help, but we must understand the intricacies and the difficulties of this one. And there's also the brain chemistry part, where your brain is rewired by the trauma of what you're exposed to constantly. So we must, like I've been saying, extend grace to these people. Provide as much support as you can. Bombard them and expose them to the right information and open them to talk to the right people. Those are the at least first few basic steps that anybody can do or anybody going through that. So that's what I would say. I hope that answers the question.
All right.
Okay, can I very quickly? Thank you, please, Naomi. We're actually saying the same thing. So when we say someone is accountable, you're circling yourself with people that will tell you the truth. So you're giving people the permission, because there are some people that will not want to listen to the truth. We've had those that are I have a friend whose husband left a lot of things, and she kept asking me, Julie, what do you want me to do? But I know consistently she knows it all. So there's nothing I'm going to say, even as a professional or as a friend, that she would listen to. So there are some people like that. You really can't help them. That's why I said really can't help who cannot or does not want to be helped. So when you have accountability partner, it also shows that you have someone that you can listen to, that you are permitted to tell you the truth. Like the lady we're currently managing, she wanted to just up and low. She wants to leave the country. And I told her, hold on. You cannot take a decision in this emotional state. But if it is to take you away from the danger, so you don't harm him. But she was going to leave home. She said what she has in her mind is to either poison him or stab him. So we knew that this time around, she was one being that's going to be a danger to the man, and he's not aware. So I told her, if you do this, that's Japa, you want to Japa, you end up not going. Your children's life will be and future will be jeopardized. And she said, yes, how about this? So we understand that part of allowing people to take responsibility for their own actions, but having accountability partners, giving people the permission to tell you the truth and to say, okay, these are options. Are you willing? It has to still come from the person. So thank you very much, Naomi. We're actually saying about the same thing.
All right. Thank you so much, Julie, for your contribution. All right. So I'll be taking a day. So okay. But before a day, I would like to take Ori I don't know if that's the name, but Pure.
Hi. Hi.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Hi.
Sorry, my name is Nana. Okay, so
Nana.
hi.
All right. Good evening.
I've listened to a lot of the contributors, and I would agree that they're right, but there's something that's very missing, right? Even amongst people who campaign for victims of domestic violence to leave their home, a lot of people face the same type of abuse. Living is not as simple, right? Because sometimes when you leave, you find yourself alone. It's not that easy. If you've gone through the process of taking away yourself legally from a person. It's also easy to say authorize somebody to make decisions on your behalf. As long as you're legally married, that authorization is null and void. The person who can take decisions on your behalf according to law is the spouse. So those things are very easy to say. There's no other person who can take decisions. There are people who have been, committed to mental health institutions by their spouse as a form of abuse. These things are not easy. People are afraid to leave because the support they've seen you or I give other people is almost non-existent. Are you going to go to court every day with them? Are you going to help them build up a case against their spouse? Are you going to take care of the children that they leave behind? What are you really? You can do it for 1 week, 2 weeks. If it runs into a month, you get tired as the other person. It's really easy for us to say these things, but it's very difficult when we try to practicalize it. In the real sense of it, immediately you start, there's a lot of hype. There are a lot of people encouraging you, go, do this, don't worry, we'll give you money. But run out of the first 4 weeks. Look at the next 6 weeks. It's not easy. Even if you have money, the emotional support will not be there. There are only a few people who are blessed to have like a pack of women or men and co behind them. It's not everybody. It's really, really difficult for women who don't leave or women who remain in abusive situations. They don't stay either because of the money, they don't stay because they are not ready. They are ready to leave, but what is the alternative for them? It's not really what will society say, but they need a support system. The support system that exists, I want to hear from women who have left, who don't have resources. I want to hear from them and hear them tell you that beyond 4 weeks, there's no other resource that's available to them. It's over. They have to find their feet themselves. They have to cater for themselves. They have to go through the legal process alone. Sometimes the appointed lawyer doesn't show up. Sometimes they don't even have a lawyer. I listened to the case of a policewoman who's attached to a judge. She told me the story of how she did her legal matter by herself. She removed herself from an abusive situation. And to be honest, this is a policewoman, just to give you context in the Nigerian situation, right? She stayed and took the abuse. The husband brought in another woman who was sleeping in the bedroom. She was sleeping on the floor. And she stayed and stayed because even when she went to her bosses and said, I need to leave this relationship, they're like, oh, okay, just let us know what you need. But when the time came to let us know what you need, they never showed up for her. So it's very easy, like to throw stones, to tell you, oh, these people have resources. Where's the emotional support? Even people with money require emotional support. People with money need emotional support. They need people to handhold them through processes. They need people to walk with them to courts. They need people to stay with them every day. They need people to give evidence against the bad behavior of their spouses. They need people to stand up and say, yes, this person is of good behavior, because the chances of you losing your child forever is very high, particularly when the man has more financial means against you. Look at the case, the scenario abounds. I have been to a customary court in a family matter, right? And the judges, 10 over 10 of the time, the judges will first of all tell you to go and reconcile with the spouse that is abusing you. That's the thing. They will tell you whether it's customary court, whether it's high court, they tell you to go and reconcile with the spouse that is abusing you. The judges do not even recognize the abuse that's happened. If you like, come with the pictures. The first thing they tell you is to go and reconcile with the spouse that's abusing you. And the court processes take long. So they send you to go and reconcile. You have another 4 weeks to come back to court. In those 4 weeks, you're trying to battle for your life. And your spouse can decide to drag out that matter as much as they want. You're still facing emotional abuse. Your work is not stable. There's just so many things. And I agree with the last speaker who said, give these people grace. Give grace. If we're talking about support, look at it from a Christian angle now. Look, the things that people will say to her, she was going to lose her main source of living. She's not just financial, right? She's going to lose the one thing that brings her joy, singing. She's going to lose the one thing that brings her joy, the community that she deals with, because the man is going to make her out to be a pariah. So it's not easy. It's not easy. It takes Igbo, I'm Igbo. So Igbo people tell you rather that it takes what's it called? Obiago. That's the heart of a lion. It takes the heart of a lion to move out from an abusive situation. It's not something that you just stand up and you're like, oh, okay, let us go. You have to have Obiago to be able to move out. And you have to, when you have that Obiago, you have to tune into it like, if I perish, I perish, because you're going to fight a war. It feels like a war. So it's give these people grace. Give people grace. And when we design support for people who are in abusive situations, please can we make that support last at least 1 year for them? Because for them to extricate themselves and their loved ones from that situation, because if a person is in an abusive relationship, it's not okay when there's a child left in that situation, because the abuser is going to continue to abuse the child just to get at the victim. So the person who's the victim is never okay. As long as that child is in that situation, it's still emotional abuse as long as that child remains there. So if we're designing support, if we're designing assistance to people like that, give them 1 year, whether it's financial, physical, emotional support, give them 1 year, provide people to accompany them to court situation, provide people who would talk to them, provide people who would provide them with jobs, provide people who would somehow say, no matter what it takes, I'm with you. No matter what it is, I am with you. It's very difficult. It's really difficult. Let us have some grace for these people. Thank you.
Wow, that was a lot, Nana. Thank you so much for sharing with us. That was a lot to take in. Thank you so much. So we have Maiwa who's raising her hand, and then we also have your favorite. I don't get to see these handles fully, so please apologies. And then we also have Ade to speak to. So Maiwa, I'll take Maiwa, Ade, and okay.
Okay, thank you very much, OSG. Oh, Nana, that was loaded. So everyone has done, as in we've spoken so well about this. We've talked about the preventive measures. We've talked about corrective measures. Then I'm heavy on support systems. And thank you, Nana. Everyone has talked about support systems in one way or the other. Nana, that was one beautiful one. My own, I'm going back to the pastors. I'm not against the pastors, but I understand how well we Nigerians are very grounded when it comes to religion. Now, some days ago, I saw something on Twitter, and then there was a man that was saying that when you respect your husband, no man will beat you. And I was like, this preaching is faulty in the sense that now respect, there's perception in respect. So it means that it's already giving people, his congregation, like a basis to beat their wives and their wife rather. So he's giving the basis, a man the basis to beat his wife. So now it means that if a man perceives that his wife is not respecting him, he can beat the wife, because he practically said that when you respect, there is no man that you respect that will beat you. So I'm going back to the pastors. As we're talking about the support system now as a preventive measure to domestic abuse and then domestic violence, because violence stems from abuse itself. We really need to call out our religious leaders. We need to call them out. These don't talk about them. This. I'm not saying we should just go and start insulting them, but no, we need to call out when we hear some messages that don't sit well. We need to call them out, because they're influencers, and for that kind of person, he might not mean it that way, but he has already passed the message in a very wrong way, and then the way people perceive whatever they listen to, whatever they're hearing, is different. So to another person, the person is already saying that he has license to beat a woman if she does this. Meanwhile, respect is there's perception in respect. So if he perceives that the woman is not respecting him to a particular level, he will say, even daddy said that. if a woman respects a man, he will not beat her. So what I'm trying to say is that we really need to call out the religious leaders. Else, they'll directly or indirectly give people the room to abuse their spouses and then even go into DV. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Maiwa. Thank you so much for your contribution. Ade, we can have you speak now. Once Ade is done, we'll be taking your favorites. I can't see the full handle, and they will take Pete. Thank you very much.
Okay, can you hear me?
Can. Yes, we
Uh,
can. We
yeah.
can.
I First of all, before I make my comment, after my comment, I have a question. I think our organization, organizations we are having these days concerning marriage abuse, all those organizations, they can also help us to, because I remember back then those days when we have organizations that goes around to talk about HIV/AIDS, all those stuff. They goes to churches. So it will be something nice if they can also help us to be moving around, like one of the speakers said earlier, to be going out to most of these religious setup, the mosques, the churches, educate people on how to handle domestic violence in their homes. Going to churches and mosques, educate them, because some of these pastors, I'm very sure that when some of these pastors, if they receive intensive lecture, they will include it in their own message as well. Probably maybe if they have proper education, proper knowledge on how to undo domestic violence in their church, probably maybe that will also help. Number one. Now, my question is based on what the last speaker said. I think Julie or something like that. When she was talking, she said there are some people that no matter what you tell them, they won't leave that marriage. They will still stay in there. Pastor Adejumo just tweeted something 15 minutes ago. She said she was this Osinachi godmother. She's a godmother. She said so many times she walked up to her and she told her to walk out of that marriage. She told her to walk out of that marriage so many times. She said no. She said she believes in God. She believes in prayer. She keeps praying. She keeps doing this. And now this happened. She just tweeted that. I saw it 15 minutes ago. Now this is my question. When this is happening, whereby you are trying to cancel someone who is going through this in marriage, and that person, be it a man or woman, is telling you she's not leaving, what is the next step? That's my question. Thank you.
So your question again, please.
My question is, now in marriage, you as a counselor, you are trying to counsel someone who is going through emotional abuse. You are trying to advise him or her to leave that marriage, but he or she insisted that she's not leaving. She's going to stay in there. She still believes, oh, my husband can change. Oh, my wife is going to change. Because according to this incident, that was what happened. Now, what should be the next step if you are in that kind of scenario whereby you are the counselor? What should be the next step?
All right. Okay. So we got your question, Ade, but I don't know if we have any counselor, with us right now to give an advice on what the question you just asked. Okay. So I can see Judy, if you can answer his question, just let me know so that I can take Chioma and so I can take Chioma and another person. Thank you.
Yes, please. Thank you very much. So I understand that spiritual aspect. Sometimes people think they believe something and they believe it wrongly. So there are certain questions that they should be asked. I like the fact that you mentioned Pastor Adejumo. There are programs that are being taken to churches, and hopefully it will get round. There are clergies, there are pastors, there are church owners or founders that are undergoing some of these marriage and family systems programs. And it is gradually changing. We just hope that more churches will invite would invite the alumni to come in to teach them. So, but when we come in contact with people like this, I usually, in my experience, would ask them certain questions that I know they probably wouldn't have thought of. What a good counselor would do is not to tell people what to do. Open up the scenario. Open up, just throw the cards on the table. When they see from different angles, open up all perspectives. When people say, I have tried everything, like Pastor Dejimo said, she has tried everything. Did she really try everything? Did she open up the cards to her and ask her, if it were this situation, what would you do? When you got saved, who saved you? Was any human being instrumental to ensuring that you gave your life to Christ? She would answer. Sinach would have answered herself that it was the Holy Spirit who changed. So what makes you think that you can get him to change? God has the power to suddenly make things happen, but he hasn't yet made it happen. So there are certain questions that can elicit some responses. There are certain questions that will chunk down and the person will realize himself. That has to come from that person, but it takes a skilled counselor, a skilled therapist to get to that point. So I like I said, programs are being ongoing. I trust that it's going to spread around the body of Christ, and everybody that ever wants to raise a family is a part of a family. Then for her, it's just question. Just keep chunking down, keep asking those questions till she gets to a point where she tells herself, I'm a fool, I think I need to walk away. But we really have not done everything until we have done everything.
All right, thank you, Julie, for answering this question. All right, so can we have Chioma to speak? Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm a little frustrated simply because regardless of what we say here today, this woman is dead, right? Another woman just taken by domestic violence in Nigeria. And if we think about the fact that this lady that was raped and killed in Edo State in 2020, there's been no progress on her case till today. If we think about Hinu Morin and the fact that there's no progress on her case, it doesn't give a lot of hope that there will be any justice for this woman. And so that's kind of like the major foundation for my frustration, the fact that women die in Nigeria and there's no justice. Justice takes so long, it eventually becomes denied. But I wanted to answer the question. There was the gentleman who asked about what can a person do or what can people do? And I want to lean very heavily into what Nana said about giving grace. First of all, when someone comes to you to say that they're going through something or they're being abused in their relationship, it is an extreme privilege, especially in Nigeria, where marriage is seen as the ultimate the ultimate achievement for women. And whether women say that they don't see it as an achievement for themselves or not, our families see it as an achievement for us. Our society sees it as an achievement. So there's incredible pressure. So someone coming to tell you that they have failed in this thing that, as it were, we were groomed to do and succeed at all our lives, it's an extreme privilege and one that must be taken with the utmost responsibility. And so I'd say create a safe space for that person. That person has opened a line of communication. Maintain that line of communication. There's something, so for context, my father is a bishop, and I've watched my father help people relocate just to escape abuse. I've watched my father report people to the police just to escape abuse, because he would say, I don't want to bury anybody. Right? And he has done this both for men and for women. So this is where I'm coming from. So keep that line of communication open. The problem becomes when the person stops speaking, when they now start saying, oh, it's fine, it's fine. It probably means that they're now at a point where it's done, really, and you're pretty much just waiting to hear something really terrible. So keep that line open. Document as much as possible. I've had people send me messages saying, if this happens, if that happens, I did not fall down. I did not have an accident. This is what happened to me. Create those lines of documentation, because look at this man now saying that she died of cancer, or look at the first narrative coming out saying that she died of cancer. But there are people who know that she's been going through this abuse. The other thing is that support is not just leave. Right? Somebody had spoken, I think it was Nana who spoke about, this is what she loves to do. She sings, she worships God, etc., etc. Telling her to walk away. Look at, this is Nigeria, where the one thing men will do when they have issues with their spouses is to seize the children. She had 4 children. It's also emerged today that this man controlled all of the resources in the home. So where are you asking her to go with 4 children if you don't have a plan of support to, to cover that leaving? And so another thing I'm going to say is, somebody comes to you with this type of thing, ask them, what do you want to do, right? I think there's a part of people who have been abused that makes them feel like there's nothing they're in control of. So prescribing to them leave is not necessarily helpful, because just as the person abusing them is telling them what to do and controlling their lives, you are trying to control whatever fragment of dignity they have left. So I come to a place of understanding with them that they need to leave, or they need to extricate themselves from that situation, but let it be their decision. You can do things like, oh, would you want to spend the night at the place? Or come, let me take you to a spa date. Or come, let's go on a short holiday. Or come, let's lie and say we have a work trip. But find opportunities to extricate the person from that situation in bits. This other thing I'm going to say, and I'll soon be done, is report to the police. Yes, the police in Nigeria is largely useless, but make that report. Make that report, and this is where your documentation from before comes in. Make that report. Not only go to the police, sexual assault referral centers, and I'm going to tweet or I'm going to share tweets to the locations of these sexual assault referral centers. I'm also going to share something called Orange Pages created by Invictus Africa, just showing places where people can get support across the country. Let this person know, here are a few options. A number of these sexual assault referral centers have residential options, not opportunities, have residential options for people who need to flee. Let them know you have a number of these options. And the final thing I'm going to say is that we must put the shame with the perpetrator. Most perpetrators will desist when they know that people are aware. In the same way that, we come online to shame people for whatever it is that they've done, I think we have come to the point where somebody is getting abused, this is the time to put it out. Because once people know, my mother always says that, sin is easier to perpetrate when there's darkness. Let's shine a light on these things. My friend is suffering. This person is abusing that person is abusing that person. Of course, you need to have the consent of this person, but there are some times when you need to take action because you know your friend is going to be killed. I have my friends, and I tweeted earlier about being really frustrated at all her friends saying we knew. A good number of her friends tweeting are multi-millionaires. Are you people saying you people could not remove her from that place? Are you people saying, there's tweets saying she didn't feel like she could speak to the pastor. What is the place of these friends in her life? People who could have actually done something, people who could have said something. To be honest, at this point, people who could have gathered the man and beaten the fuck up. Because this sounds like, from what we've seen, this sounds like abuse that has gone on for years and years and years. And all we're getting now is tweets saying, now she's finally dead. Because the truth is, she's dead. What happens after today? Nothing. She'll be buried. Her 4 children are fatherless, are now motherless. I beg your pardon. This man will probably pray, right? And God will forgive him because God is God, but she's dead. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Chioma, for your. All right, please go on. Social, please go on.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening, everybody. I just want to ride on what Chioma said, which is, when things like this happen, please, because I've heard the number of contributions from different people that have spoken. If you are given the privilege to be the one the person opens up to, please, it gets to a point where you might need to blow the whistle, which is what she just said. The friend, the people that are close to people in situations like this, you might have to be the one to alert the public. Now, everybody that has an idea about the abuse is coming to the public to share, but they couldn't share when the abuse was going on. So that means it's mediocre in a way. If you couldn't share it when the person was in the situation, then why are you sharing it now when the person could not even speak for himself? So then the other thing I also have in head when somebody asks a question, that the person that feels like in an abusive relationship, let me pray, let me believe God for a solution. Whosoever that has gotten right to that person as a counselor or as a spiritual support. Somebody also answered, but I want to paint a more critical scenario, like my friend told me yesterday. He said he was talking to the wife about the wife was all bent on spiritual. She does not think anything in line of business, anything in line of advancing herself. She's just more focused on doing spiritual stuff. So he said he opened up to her that let's I'm not praying anything bad happens to me. But take for instance, I sleep this night and I don't wake up. What would happen to you and our daughter? And it's just like a light bulb was switched on the head of that lady. And she began to think from there on, and she started taking step. Now she shares how she's making money to the husband. The husband says, though it's small, but she can see a wide difference. So sometimes when you're in the position to advise, counsel, bring the like they say, knock on wood. If it gets to the end of it, bring that scenario up in people's front. Now we can't bring the scenario up in our front. Take for instance, one slap leads to a death. What will you tell God when you appear before Him? Thoughts like that would start to, because the truth is, Christians or believers or religious people tends to feel like the prayers would shield them from violence. And on the contrary, it will not, because we won't say she has not been praying. We won't say she has not even gathered brethren to pray for her. But at the end of the day, she's dead and she's gone. So create a scenario where the worst of situations, what happens if it's to happen? Create that scenario. Then if you have an insider information, blow the whistle. So be the friend she tends to look with the bad eye, that you blow whistle on her, but it would save her the stress. The recent whistle blowed in the entertainment industry, yes, it scattered their marriage, but on the long run, it opened up what has been happening. So if the same was done for her, maybe it would have saved her. Maybe her marriage would just have come to the limelight that she's being abused, or something would have been done. People will now start to raise hand, raise help, and things like that. So two sides, blow the whistle or bring the worst possible scenario before the person. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Social, for your contribution. Please, can we have Pete? Please, can we have Pete?
Good evening, everybody.
Good
Hello,
evening. Yes,
can
good
you hear
evening. We
me?
can hear you. We can hear you. Please go on.
Yes. I've listened. I think I got in when Choma was speaking. Like I listened more when Choma was speaking and social, and it was really. Thank you, Choma. Your points were really enlightening. However, I want to. I don't know how to put it. I don't want to sound like it's a situation of blaming the victim or blaming the dead or something. But the truth is, I've witnessed abuse firsthand, and this said person, she's no more in the marriage. Though. This said person, time after time, cover up for this man, even when we try to get people involved, even to get the police involved. This woman will say nothing of such, like she hit her head on the wall or she slipped and fell. When I mean, I'm a firm believer of you can take the horse to the river, but you can't force the horse to drink water. It's the truth. But what I believe, like what I said, Choma threw a lot. Choma said a lot that was making me think like, oh, okay, these people would have done this, these people would have done that, these people would have made it more public and all of that. But I can't help to wonder, what if she was not ready? She didn't want to. That's where I keep, like, in such scenario.
Hello, Pete, we can't hear you anymore. I don't know if you're still online with us, but we can't hear you anymore. Okay, so right now, can we have Queen is back, so we can have Queen, and then we can also have your favorite. I don't know what your full name is. Fondo Messi. So Fondo Messi can take the mic too. Thank you.
Hello to everyone on the space. Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this topic that is trending. Unfortunately, it's something that is trending now, and it's really heartbreaking to see what has happened to this woman that was so admired by the society and influenced so many people with her ministry. Some of the points that I wanted to talk on has already been said, so I think I will just try to move on to other things. It's very unfortunate. I think one of the first things is that society has made women feel as if they cannot, as if they are less or not well, not respected without a man. And when it comes to this issue of domestic violence, that is really a core problem. Because when you find yourself in a situation where you see someone as being the reference to how good your life is, or your worth, they use marriage and use the presence of a man in your life to judge your worth, to know the level of respect that you are being given. It's really a baseline problem. And these are some of the issues that make women in such relationships hesitant to ask for help or feel that they can move on without of that situation that they are faced in. Another thing is that some women, even when they want to leave, do not have the means to leave. And that is why we also have to have this discussion and address this issue of a woman being 100% completely dependent on her partner in marriages. I don't know, no matter how much we sugarcoat it, no matter how rich or well, I don't know, behaved and how providing and generous your husband is, you as a woman, you need to have something doing. If the man puts you on, I don't know, will I say some sort of allowance or a salary or what, you should know how to make use of that money, invest that money independent of that man. Now, being investing and having something to do as a woman independently does not directly disrespecting your husband or your partner, or not referencing him the way society has deemed it to take. When you hear a woman has her own money, or she has her own little business she's doing and is like pulling something for herself, it's always a big issue, when literally that is all that most African men do. Some women don't even know how much husband is earning. They don't know how, they don't even have access to their husband's accounts and things like that. That is how most African men are. But once a woman just has a small side business, it's like she needs to kneel down at the end of the month and present all that she makes to her husband. It's really an issue, because if you think about having a certain number of children and you find yourself in this kind of situation and you want to leave, when you imagine that you are living from your house to the streets, you will prefer to stay there just to roof head. Start consoling yourself with things that, at least I have a roof on my head, at least I have bed to sleep, at least my children have what to eat. But if as women, and that is why when we talk about women empowerment, there are some people who really do not get it. Women have to come to a stage in their life where they can stand and are able to help themselves in one way or the other and take decisions that will be able that will be able to help them avoid some certain kind of situations, or prevent them from staying in toxic, unhealthy, abusive relationships. That is also a problem. And I always say this: you do not get married to somebody you cannot live without. No, you get married to somebody you can live without, but choose not to live without. Those are two different scenarios. You have a healthy relationship with someone, you know that if something happens to him today, oh, that's sad and everything, but I know that I will not be left wretched but I have decided that this is the person I'm going to build my life with. This is the person I'm going to stay with. This is the person I'm going to partner with. Most of us young ladies getting married today, we are getting married to people that is like, without them, we are nothing. It is a problem. These are core situations and core problems in our society that are they are like baseline situations on which issues of domestic violence builds on top. One other thing I want to say is that it's very unfortunate. The people who shame women who try to escape from such situations the most are unfortunately the other women. It's very unfortunate, but that is the truth. We try to talk about women supporting women in all aspects, but the truth is that women are not as supporting for each other. King. Women are not as supporting for each other the way we claim to pronounce, especially on social media. The first person who is going to talk down to a young lady who is trying to run away from a domestic violence situation or trying to better herself in a certain way is another woman. It can be an aunt, it can even be your mother, it can be a friend, it can be a colleague. But most women are not as supportive as they claim to be. And even at the initial stage, they may claim to be supportive. But by the time you are really in need, when you are desperate, those are the first people who get up to say that after all you were having, when you were in your husband's house, at least you were even having something to do, at least you were not having lacking what to eat and things like that. It is other women, and we need to change that. We as women need to be better. The way we judge other women's situation, especially when it comes to relationship, marriages, broken homes, our mouths are very sharp that time to bring down other women. I don't know what some of us think that we tend to gain when we do that. I don't know, but I'm just saying generally we as women have to change that. And then lastly, we are talking here on this space. Some of us are parents. Some of us are parents to be. One rhetorical question I would like to throw out to everyone here is, you as a parent, what are you doing to change the perception that society has about domestic violence and women in domestic violence? Not just women, domestic violence in general. You as a parent, you as a mom, you as a dad, what are you teaching your daughters? What are you teaching your sons? What kind of children are you releasing into the society? Are you the kind of parent that sits when your children eat, your daughter gets up and gather all the plates with the plates of her brothers? Your boys are there playing PlayStation, your daughter is in the kitchen washing plates. You are already sowing in your children that inbred seed of making you know that a woman's place is in a certain lesser level than that of a man. I personally, when it comes to feminism, I don't think men and women are equal, but I believe men and women are different. And we need to respect the difference that comes with being a man and woman. But there are some basic things in the society that should not be gender roles, even in your household. Those are things that as an individual, you should know how to do. Keeping your environment clean, taking care of your kitchen, keeping your clothes clean, keeping your body clean. Those are things that every individual, be it a man or a woman, should know how to do. You should know how to cook for yourself. You should know how to prepare your food and eat. It's not something that should be allocated to one person. So I'm talking to myself. I am a mom. I have 3 kids. My first child is 18. She's a girl. The last one is 1 year old. My 3-year-old son, even at his young age, I'm already trying to teach him things about consent, about respecting his sisters, respecting their personal space. He's just 3 years old. He's very young, but there are age appropriate things that you teach, and as they get older, you keep trying to improve. All of us are here talking, we all have something to say, but at the level of our homes, some of us here are people who are raising our siblings. What are we teaching our siblings? Do we talk to them about domestic violence? Do we talk to them about respecting each other, be you a man or a woman? Do you talk to them about equality? Do you talk to them about treating people kindly? Do we have those discussions with our children? Or we are just talking on social media and in our homes? We are allowing whatever. Some of these things also start from our home training, the training we give to our children. Some of our children, unfortunately, some of us grew up under an umbrella of domestic violence. It's something that we saw every day. And there are so many of us on this table, so many of us. But it's quite unfortunate that when we grow up and we are parents, we're instead taking a passive seat You need to be active in bringing up your children to respect each other, to understand that raising up your hand against another person is a problem. We know, yes, there are stages where kids are going to be kids and they will always have that kind of sibling, maybe petty fights and things like that. It's all part of growing up. But when it is time to speak up, when you see your son raise his voice or raise his hands against his sister in a certain manner, you need to be sharp. You need to sit down with them and have those uncomfortable conversations. We need to start from our homes, our societies. We have people here who have younger siblings. You see it in them. Some of us even say like a joke that this one is just growing up to be like our father, who was always like someone who was always beating up our mom. It's like you are just following the footsteps of your dad, and we say it impassively and it ends there. You as an elder sibling, you as a parent, even a younger sibling, you as a parent, what are you doing to change the perception, to teach your children the right things? It's unfortunate that after all that is said, this great minister that's impacted so many people is now no more. We are then, it's like selling after the market, but this market we're selling after can still help someone. It can be a woman in a situation somewhere that is listening, that it may help her in one way or the other. So I would just like to reiterate, please, women, don't be so judgmental. Don't be quick to run your mouth about other women's situation. We need to advise our girls. We need to advise our sisters. We need to advise our ladies. Don't choose a man that is your oxygen. Don't choose a man that is the very air that you breathe. Choose a man you can breathe without, but you have decided that I don't want to breathe without him. Choose a man you can live without, but you have decided that, yes, I can live without him, but I've decided that this is the person I'm going to live with. This is the person I'm going to partner with. As women, we need to have something doing. You cannot sit in your home and everything, every single drop, everything that you make passes through your husband, or everything that, or you don't own anything that is independent of your husband. It is not a sign of disrespect. It is not a sign of being, I don't know, will I say stingy or hiding or anything like that. But it's because there are some situations that are realities. There are some situations that are realities. Another thing too is that before we even get married, before, there are some of us that we see so many red flags before we get married, but I don't know, will I say our love does not have eyes, ears, does not have a brain. We are so overwhelmed and overtaken. We need to have healthy conversations with our partners before going into marriage. Most of us in getting into marriage, we don't have key conversations. We just want to have all the loves and go for all the vacations and post pictures and be so lovey-dovey. But some of the key things that determine how solid a relationship or a marriage is going to be, we don't want to have that conversation. We do not want to have that conversation. Talk about money with your partner. How do you plan on handling your finances? What is your finances of your partner? Talk about how you are going to raise your children. Talk about what you consider as cheating in a relationship. Talk about those are some of the key things. Talk about how to handle in-laws. Talk about, if we have a problem today, who is the person you and I are agreeing to turn to as partners? If the solution of the problem is more than you and I, and we actually need a third party to come in and help us out. I know I've gone into other things, but having these conversations when you listen to the way someone responds to you when you bring up this topic, your ears are triggered, your mind is alert. You begin to ask yourself some questions. When you discuss about, how are we going to handle our finances as a couple? Something a woman will say or something a man will say will trigger you, and you'll be like, this thing this person has said like this. Well, it's true that people can lie and all of that, but we are also able to read people. When people communicate with us, there are times that you can read people and you can sense things when you have those conversations. So we just stumble into marriage and it's like, it's our do or die. One last thing, please permit me to say one last thing. Our family members, when we are sending our daughters into marriage, we have to have that private conversation with your child, your sister, or whoever. Let them know that no matter what, they have a safe space in their homes. There are some women who cannot leave because their families have rejected them. During the traditional marriage, when they collect the wine and cola and all of that, they announce it and say it that as we have collected this wine and cola, that is all. We don't take wine and cola 2 times. So as you are going, know that you have gone. There are some women who have been neglected just because they are now married. They have been neglected by their family, by their parents. Your brother cannot even give you 1,000 naira or 1,000 francs. I'm talking in francs because I'm joining the space all the way from Cameroon. Your sister, you ask your sister for something, and the first thing is that, are you not a married woman? Can't you? That is the relationship then becomes a whole different dynamic just because you are married, and you know in your mind that I cannot rely on my family for anything. I cannot fall back on my family for anything just because you have a husband, you are directed there. These are some of the mentalities we need to change. Train your children to try to instill values into your children that you know you are sending children into society that you have done your best, you have taught them what they need to do. Some children will still be wayward and all of that, but do your part, play your part. Right from when they are small, teach them about respect, about boundaries, about domestic violence, about healthy communication and all of that. I'm sorry if I've spoken for long, but this issue it's really so, I don't know. Well, that's just what I had to say.
Thank you so much for sharing with us tonight. I mean, that was a whole lot, but we actually, we it's a very sensitive issue, number one. And number two, for everyone who is listening, we are also learning at the same time. There are a lot of things that have been said by previous speakers that I've never heard of before, especially when Queen actually broke it down when it comes to emotional abuse. She broke it down so well that you have to choose yourself no matter what it is. And other speakers who have talked about safe space. You also just talked about safe space with families, with friends, even with an attorney, if you can afford one, if you can afford a lawyer, if you can afford someone that, if you can talk to someone that you can trust when something is going wrong. So there are lots of things that I've heard just for the first time today. And I want to say thank you all for joining this space. Thank you so, so much for sharing. Thank you for your time. Thank you so much for everything. So I'll just take 2 more requests, and after that would end this space. I mean, it's still hot. Instagram lives, a lot of Instagram lives have been ongoing. I think while we're having this space, Frank Edwards went live on Instagram and also shared a lot of information about Osinachi's death. Like Chioma said earlier, the woman is dead, but what's next? A lot of women before today, have gone through the same type of abuse and nothing has been done. Nothing has been done. Of course, maybe the case is in court or the police or anything, but what's really the take home from this? And now that this one has happened, it didn't just happen to someone else. It happened to someone who people listen to. She's in the gospel music industry, and now a lot of colleagues are coming out to say they knew, but what did you do when you knew, when you found out, when she spoke to you or when she mentioned it to you? Like, so these are a lot of things that we are all learning, as we are having this discussion. So I'll take 3 more people and then we end this discussion. Thank you so much. Okay, so right about now, Pete, I don't know if you can still see me. Pete is back. Okay. Oh, Michael. Okay, so Michael, Sounds of Africa, please, you can take the space right now. Thank you very much. Sounds of Africa, you can take the space right now. Thank you very much.
Good evening, everyone. This is really sad, and a lot of people have said a lot and a lot and a lot of stuff, and I think our religious leaders needs to do more. There's no, they need to preach that there's no shame in divorce. That preaching needs to come from the pulpit. And we all know that, yes, but it's not up to, I know the Bible says unto death do us part, but the Bible did not explain that you should become a panabita, and that's not the death the Bible was talking about. And I think our even from counseling, when you go to marriage counseling, these are the things that they need to talk about. I know I went to in my own marriage counseling. I know they talked about domestic violence. They even talked about, if your wife is not able to, have a baby, all those sensitive topics. It seems churches are shying away to speak about it. I've been a Christ. I've been going to church for many years, but I don't think I have listened to any preaching about divorce, as in reason for divorce, why you should, you know leave your that space. And as someone said, we need to have a space safe to be able to speak up. Even our pastors, a lot of people are scared to even go and speak to their pastors, because the way even the way we ourselves looks at divorcee. We need to change that mentality. We need to change that perception, thinking that, oh, this person, don't let us look at divorce as a bad thing. If you are being battered and used as a punching bag, church should be able to be a space where people can go and speak to their pastors. But sometimes, even the way the church is even set up, you can't even speak to your pastor, because it's not even confidential. The pastor might end up using you as is a punch of preaching the next Sunday. Oh, some women who thinks that if their husband do this, they're going to leave. They're going to. So, why would someone come out and speak to your pastor, when pastor is even, I don't know, maybe because I live in Europe, there's something called confidentiality. When you speak to your pastor, it's a bit confidential. But it seems in Nigeria, I'm not trying to insult pastors. Sometimes they just talk down without no understanding that this thing affects other people's feelings. It affects the person that came to you, even listening to, or someone had decided to go and tell the person that, your pastor has used your problem to make preaching in church. So our pastors needs to do more. Even we individuals, we need to do more and stop looking at divorced women as if, oh, they must have done something wrong. So we our individual self, we need to do more. We need to show, women should stop bashing women also. We should start saying, sometimes we say, oh, our our mothers, our mothers, those times of our mother has passed. This is a new life. This is their own life is past. That's what they know. But there's a lot of things that we know now that we need to change, and we need to support one another. I'm done talking. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Michael. You've just said what I wanted to say. By tomorrow is Sunday, obviously, and this discussion or this topic would not even end until we get to know the root of this matter. And a lot of pastors tomorrow will be talking about this topic of this woman who has just passed on. But I don't know if they would also touch, if these same pastors can also talk about violence or domestic violence in marriages, even in relationships, in as much as so many churches would organize or would organize what's this thing called, marriage counseling counseling before marriage. There are certain things they would not say, because they usually talk about the theory part. They don't touch the practical parts. And there are a lot of advices that would come even before the marriage, and even during the marriage. A lot of advices would come from left, right, center, and all. At the end of the day, in terms of confidentiality mode, some pastors will not keep their mouth shut. They will not even seek God before they open their mouth to even give one advice. They would rather want to just mock the person or use the person's situation as their own point on the next Sunday. I'm talking about the next Sunday. Tomorrow is Sunday. So I don't know if people are going to watch out. So if their pastor is going to talk about this topic, they also need to talk about the fact that domestic violence is not good. First, we are humans before any other thing. Before we are being called doctor, law, before we are being called reverend or any other thing, we are humans first. And that is one thing they all need to remember. So we're all looking out. If any church should raise this up not next day, or tomorrow during sermon, we should all watch out and let us hear what these pastors would say. But anyways, we'll take two more people before we end this space. All right. So if you would like to, okay, I can see someone here. MC Bluetooth. MC Bluetooth, you can speak right now. I just accepted your request. MC Bluetooth, you can speak right now. I just accepted your request. MC Bluetooth, you can speak now. I just accepted.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to talk. I've been listening, and it has been an insightful session, and with all the speakers talking and going through various angles. Me, I would just like to go through the angle of religion. I don't know if this has been overflogged, but I don't think that enough emphasis has been drawn enough. It's high time pastors stop, or men of God generally now, whether be it Christian or Muslim, stop mediating as counselors. Being a counselor is a different school of thought, is a different discipline that needs to be studied differently from Bible school. But I don't know whether they don't understand that it's actually something that dwells on professionalism, and they just want to use vibes and inshallah and do everything. It's quite annoying to note that. So I come from a place where I have seen domestic violence happen either in my immediate or external environment. At least there is nowhere in Nigeria where you would go, you wouldn't have a friend or a relation or a family member give you a story that revolves around domestic violence. Even as a media practitioner, we hear these stories every day. Either spousal abuse coming from the wife to the husband or from the husband to the wife, of which the cases that we mostly record is the husband battering the wife. These things have been talked about since time immemorial. And at the end of the day, the religious houses are always being fingered as part of the culprits that don't allow these people to part ways. Do you know that even the Bible allows for separation? Either separation for a period of time, or even for divorce. There are instances in the Bible where divorce is actually encouraged.
Okay, sorry, please, can you state the verses, or can you state the book where it's stated in the Bible? Okay. So that we don't confuse people that are listening. Yeah. Because if you say it's in the Bible, you need to actually state it so that we can quickly do a Bible search.
So what I would do is
we're not trying to mislead. Sorry, please, we are not trying to mislead people with this conversation. What we are talking about here, it's a very, very sensitive topic. And it is something that is currently happening, something that has been happening before now, still currently happening, and all we are seeking for is justice. Yes, and again, for how this can also be used in our homes. That
what are we
trying to state the Bible? Please back it up. Yes, Bible or the chapter, so I can do my research now. And if it's not there, then I'm going to hand over to another speaker. Thank you.
Okay, so what I can do is, I don't have those verses on hand at the moment, but I can do a thread of them immediately after this conversation is done. I will do a thread tagging this post so that at least people who have been following can follow through. And the reason why I'm stating this is, as a media practitioner, we have seen cases where we've had people who are counselors by profession before they went to Bible school, and then we always advocate that whether pastors, imam, at least they should take courses in counseling so that they know how to balance the equation between what is written in the holy books and what is obtainable in real life situations. Because we're hearing that somebody died from a case of domestic violence. You can hear a lot of people postulating, saying, oh, why didn't she leave? She should have left. And then the conversation of, oh, what about the children? Oh, our African society does not say we should leave our family. And there's a lot of discussion around this. But where I would like to hammer on is in the part that for counseling, and this is where pastors and imams, religious houses need to be very emphatic about. Because if you go to marriage classes in some churches, they will give you a list, a form, and they might ask you as a couple to say, oh, what do you think should be criteria if there is a divorce? One of the last speakers talked about who would you go and meet if there is a case that both of you as husband and wife cannot settle. Who is that voice of authority in the home? These things need to be dealt with. These things need to be discussed holistically. It shouldn't be when we hear a case of, oh, maybe somebody has passed on from situations like this. We've seen cases of where husband beat wife, wife stab husband. These things have been happening over and over and over again. And then the system of justice administration in Nigeria is also is one that is lacking. Now, while I was on air one day on radio, somebody called in and said, oh, the husband was beating her. And she went to the police. And the police said, nah, husband and wife matter, make una go settle am for house. So if that is happening, also we have what do they call this? They are in Abuja here, they are in Women Development Center. That's the office for issues that pertain divorce or domestic violence. There's an office here in Abuja. And I had somebody who had gone to that office, and we had to call the office out on air to say, if you are going to counsel couples, do it professionally. Don't use tribe, don't use religion, do it professionally. If the case is something that is leading to violence and you can see the abuse, do not water it down and say pray or say, oh, go and settle it, call your father, call your mother. Even in court, before divorce proceeding is done, they will say the couple should separate for a period so that they can weigh their options. For lawyers, at least, they can back me up on this. The divorce proceedings will not just happen once. They will say, okay, for a period of time, be separated. So I think we should have a holistic discussion, also talking about the administration of criminal justice in cases like this, so that from the onset, from when we are seeing this abuse build up, it can be tackled from the root cause. Yes, the family is the bedrock of the society. And there's this popular saying of where two boys grew up with their father who is a drunkard, and when they grew up as adults, one was drinking and the other wasn't, and they asked the one that was a drunk, why are you drinking? He said, I watched my father. And they asked the other one, why are you not drinking? And he said, I watched my father. So at the end of the day, socialization in the family can impact children in different ways. Some will pick up the bad habits, while some will see that as something that they shouldn't go close to. So how do we instill in children to understand the negative implication of domestic violence? There was a thread somebody posted a while back, not even before this happened, talking about how a husband was beating his wife and accused the wife of cheating and tied the wife to a chair and asked the children to come and bear witness that their mother is cheating. And I was just wondering, if those children grow up, what will be in their minds? Sometimes people don't know that they have PTSD till when they grow, and then something will spark and they'll be like, oh, I got this while I was growing up. Or they might not even know the root cause of their emotional issues. So these things need to be dealt with holistically from the religious perspective, from the family perspective. Parents now need to understand that marriage, the fact that, just as one of the speakers said, that they say for better, for worse, till death do you part. Till death do you part does not subscribe that it's either your wife that will kill you or your husband that will kill you. To me, that statement is a figure of speech. Till death do you part, meaning when hard times come. But that doesn't mean that there are no hard times that if Elijah no be run when he hear say they won't kill him. He piante. Holy Spirit tell him make him run. So it's not every situation you confront head on. There are some that even self God will tell you, pack where small. Don't go head on. And domestic violence is one of those. So immediately I'm finishing this now, I will find those Bible verses and I will tag on this post so that at least those that are following can also see through. And I understand, yes, we need to be very careful with the words we say and the references we pick so that we will not mislead people. So I'll be doing that now as I'm ending this conversation. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you for speaking. All right, so now we have the zero. Can the zero just take the space so that we can hear your contribution? Thank you.
Good evening. Good evening, everyone. My name is Titi Lope. So I keep hearing, I just joined this space not up to 15 minutes ago, so I didn't hear a lot of what has been said. But I keep hearing mention of the church, the church, the church. There's only so much that the church can do. Everyone will have to take responsibilities for their own life. I'm separated for 7 years, getting ready to go forward with the divorce. When I was leaving my marriage, my pastor called me a number of times to come and sit down and talk with him. I did not go because I did not want anybody to force me to do what I wouldn't want to do. When he eventually got hold of me and we sat down to have a conversation, what he said was, Kitty, you've made the right decision. I just needed to know what your reasons for leaving were so that I can defend you in the event that anyone comes to me to ask me a question. I live in Lagos. I go to church in Lekki. The Elevation Church is my church, so PG is my pastor. And I have that conversation with him. From the pulpit, he talks about it all the time. There's so many other kinds of abuse in marriage. Domestic violence is just one of them. And they preach about it all of the time. So there's really only so much that the church can do, like I said. What is the justice system doing? What are the courts doing? Have you tried to get a divorce in Lagos, Nigeria? Have you tried to get a divorce in Nigeria, anywhere? Do you know the kind of questions you will be asked when you face the judge in court? I've gone with people to courts to witness them being grilled like criminals because they decided to leave their marriage. So the justice system doesn't favor anyone. It's expensive. It's such a long and arduous task and process. So there are many reasons why people choose to stay in marriages. The church can try, but the church is not going to make a decision for you. The church can preach at you and say, leave. What is the community doing? This lady who died, did her family not know that she was going through this kind of abuse at the hands of her husband? What did they do? I remember when I said I was leaving my marriage. Domestic violence is not the only reason why I left my marriage. And unfortunately, I'm not the kind of person who one can beat down. So at the first sign of violence, I raised an alarm. But that sign of violence came after so much more other kinds of abuse had gone on, to the point where my self-esteem was zero, to the point where my finances were a mess, to the point where emotionally I was damaged. So the abuse came years after, and it was once. And when I called my dad and I told him, I'm done. And he said, you know what you have to do? You have to gather everyone who was at your wedding to come to the church and then stand up in front of them and tell them that the marriage is done. And I was like, if only you'd know what I've been through. By the time I told him all that I had gone through, he was the one who said, leave. So what did her family do? What are our families doing? The church can only do so much. We only go to church once a week. We're with our family the whole of the week. So what is the family doing? Why are we not placing the blame at the feet of the family? And I know there are a number of people on this call who are going through different kinds of violence in the home. I just read some minutes ago and I posted it on Twitter. You think people will talk about what is happening in your marriage? If they talk, how does that affect you? We're talking about your life here. You are bothered about what people will say. If they don't talk about you, they will talk about somebody else. And if they talk about you, it's their prerogative, it's their right. Let them talk. And when the talk has never killed anyone, but beating will kill you. Talk cannot kill you, but beating will kill you. So if you're going through domestic violence, please, for the sake of yourself, for the sake of your children, leave. It is better to be alive than to be married. I'll use the mic.
Sorry. Thank you so much for speaking, Desire. Thank you so much for for speaking. Okay, so we have James right now. So I think once we take James' contribution, then we'll so James, can you just speak right now? James, if you can hear us, please just speak. Can't even find him anymore. Okay. All right, I can't find James. Or James, can you hear us, please? All right, so because of time. All right, so because of time, we'll actually have to end this conversation. We've been on, I think, since 3:30 West African time, and so far we've heard a lot. A lot of people have shared and also contributed to this conversation, to this ongoing conversation. And while we are still here, or maybe when we get to our homes or whatever it is that we need to do, let us try and see how we can also apply the things that we've learned from this space. I mean, a lot of insightful information right here, and this is also recorded. So we are going to keep this on, and this will be available for at least 30 days. So in case you still want to share with people to listen to this conversation, so they can learn one or two things that will be applicable to them. So at this point, I would like to say thank you to everyone who has really contributed tonight. For those who have listened, thank you so much for listening. Thank you for sticking with us. And from your host, my name is Tosin. Please do not forget to follow us on our platforms on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok at Oluru Supergirl, and also our website, which is olurusupergirl.com. Thank you so much for joining, and we'll see you next time. Good night.